Normally, this is the point at which we say, last time on Dungeons & Dragons, where did we begin? However, I think that is going to be better served at the end of this little mini thing of what's going on here. So I will say that last time on D&D, we had a bunch of stuff happen, but the end result, kind of what happened at the end of things, is that you all decided to open up the containment on the creature in secondary containment in the laboratory 2 and decide to go knuckles and jawbones with the creature inside. So a couple of things for today before we just jump straight into the combat. As a reminder, there is the Mirror Walls handout, which I can't show to players because it'll show to the other group and it's kind of obnoxious. But you can look it up in the airship thing in your journals, Airship Lab 2. Be able to see the mirror walls and how they function. So that's a thing, step 1. Step 2 is going to be, we have a guest today. Her name is Addie. Addie, welcome to the group. And she is going to be, playing our Beholder. She's not played D&D before, so yeah, she's getting to play a monster and see if she likes it and that sort of stuff. So welcome, Addie. And what we'll do is we'll do this combat, and then we might have like a 5-minute break or something, and then we'll actually do recap after the combat because that's going to be the part that we need to do. And what we'll do is do recap from last time, and then we'll have what's happened between sessions with the ship and with the ship securities and kind of what's going on with it, and then we'll start the session for real. So anyone have any questions about stuff from Level Up and stuff they need to do? I did double check a couple of people's things. Like I know, Morin, your defenses I think are still wrong, or they might have been wrong on your token, and your hit points were definitely wrong. I think Griffle's hit points are incorrect on your token. So take just a minute and look at your sheet and look at your character and at least make sure that your defenses and hit points are correct. And if you are missing something, or if there's kind of questions about what things are happening, we can do that while we play. But before we get going, let's make sure that the super basic defensive stuff is correct, which is hit points and defenses.
My HP is wrong? I'm pretty sure it's right.
Well, the HP on your sheet says 52, and the HP on your token says 51. So I don't know which of those is correct.
Hang on.
So I see 58 on both my Mythweaver sheet and...
Right, because I changed
20. It. Okay.
Yours was 48. I don't know if I changed your defenses.
Right. It is 51. I just got it wrong last time.
My defenses on Roll20 match what I have on Mythweavers.
Sweet. All right, well, let's get some initiatizing. Go some knuckles and jawbones. Ooh.
Gary, would you know why I have 8 healing surges?
Nope.
On my character sheet, it says 6, which I'm assuming is more correct.
That sounds more correct.
Maybe I've been cheating all along, although I never use all of them.
I disagree with that. You have used all of your healing surges before.
Well, here we are. Cheating. Accidentally. I fixed it.
1, 2, 3, 4. I need one more person.
It's me.
Phil.
Any swappers?
Oh, 1. What was that?
So bad.
So I know 1, you've got your, also if you guys can all go change at the very bottom as and speak as your character, it does make it very slightly easier for me. And 1, did you include your +2 and then you can spend a PowerPoint? Or are you getting a PowerPoint, I guess is the second question.
I will not spend a PowerPoint, but I did not include my +2, so I will update that. And we all get that, right? Are you guys all adding that?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
I'm not.
We all get that?
Yeah,
it's because of the helmet.
Oh.
I forgot.
It's 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. +2 And then there's she has a feat that allows her to get an extra +3 if she wants to spend a power point on it.
Gary, I have a question.
Yep.
Actually, this is probably the wrong assumption. Because we're on the ship, can Foxy swap the Beholder's initiative, or am I thinking
No.
it wrong? Okay.
Allies.
Only allies.
Send it to the back.
All right. So does anyone feel like they need to swap initiative? Mostly it's going to matter whether if anyone wants to swap Drock, as Drock is the only one that beat the Beholder in initiative order. I'm not going to say the rest of the initiatives don't matter, but they're not as relevant because
Yeah.
And I use
Anybody
my
have
one critical roll to do initiative of all things.
It's all
Does
downhill from
anybody want to
here.
have does anybody need to get anything off before the beholder has its turn?
The only thing that might help is I have the ability to grant combat advantage to my allies. So if I went first, all of you could benefit from combat advantage if I hit.
Sure.
I could also go first, and I have a new ability that lets me make the thing take more damage
That sounds good too.
from
Yeah, I'll
everything.
Well, hold up.
It's up to you.
Because I'm guessing that until the end of your next turn or the start of your next turn, it's a whole round thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't really change much, but
Wouldn't
if we
really
wanna try
matter
to-
when it's used because you'd still get the full usage out of it.
Well, the idea would be that we attempt to not give it a second
Knock
turn,
it,
but I
knock
doubt
out
that's going to
before it
happen.
actually dies. Yeah.
So Griffel and Drock, just letting you guys know that while you would normally be in flanking position, that doesn't really matter for the Beholder.
Really?
Right, because it can't be flanked. Yeah.
That sucks.
I mean, I have so many eyes that it kind of is impossible.
I don't know if it's possible for Addie to use her push to talk because I can kind of hear her in the background. But
I've only logged into Discord on one.
Yeah, I don't have a mic is the thing.
Yeah. I'll
okay.
move the mic closer to her.
That's okay. I can still hear her. It was just I know that she's in. You have 2 entries in Discord. I didn't know if the other one had a mic.
The other one's on the laptop just for the recording, so I'm not using it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, so was the decision made that someone is going to swap Drock, or is Drock going first?
So-
I'm fine switching.
I'll just throw it out there that I have a teleport, and we know that
I
works
don't
well.
want anybody to switch with you. I have my reasons why.
All right. Decisions are being made, and you're going to tell me someone is swapping in 10 seconds.
I think we're good.
Okay, we're good.
Executive decision.
Sounds good.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Drock, it is going to be your turn first then. And Drock, welcome to your turn.
Yeah.
Before you start your turn,
So the Beholder is going to laser beam and shoot a beam of energy. However, this beam of energy is a ranged attack. So Griffel, would you like to take an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
So Griffel, go ahead and make your attack of opportunity.
All right.
15 AC does unfortunately not hit the Beholder. So hook me up with what Ray 2 is.
So that's the button just beside the one.
Irate 2. You know, I regret typing. I regret typing in the Discord.
All right, so 20 versus Fortitude is unfortunately going to miss as this black and purple beam fires from one of the eye stalks of the Beholder. And Drock, you may begin your turn.
Yay! All right. So first off, I will do Battle Mind's Demand, no augments, and just mark it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will do probably just whirling defense, augment 0. So I don't get an attack bonus, but Gary, gang up will work here. So a damage bonus of 3, 2 plus the 1 for Griffle being adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
24 against AC is going to connect for 15 points of damage.
Wow. And I rolled a 2 on damage, guys. We're doing great here.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Gary, did you see my message?
I did see your message. I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to be mean when I say that you can just look.
Well, I didn't know if that was on the considered the wall or not. That's really what.
No, if it's like the wall here is actually what the wall's like. I don't want to say it's what the wall looks like, but what you think is a wall on this is what is where the wall is.
Okay.
All right, the Beholder's turn. Beholder starts its turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna bite.
I did not hear what she said.
I'm gonna bite
Bite.
someone.
I'm gonna bite somebody.
Okay, so I assume that's biting Drock.
Yep.
18 points of damage to you, Drock. All right, what's your second action?
Oh,
Biting Drock again.
Are you gonna do it again? Do the same one?
Yes.
Okay, so she bit you twice. So you hit the button twice already. So that's 39 points of damage to Drock.
I feel like we're screwed.
This is turn 1, guys.
And
Half my health.
and now that you've used your 2 minor actions, you now have your eye raise. So shoot some rays at people.
So
One
this
time.
may have been a mistake.
You say that now.
Yeah, it's too late.
Which is the first eye raise button, Gary?
It's the first one. So they're in order. So the first one is the one you click first, and then the second one is the one you click second. It might sound really dumb, but left to right.
Okay.
So eye raise action is first, and then eye raise is second. Okay, so just click it once. So the first one is so ray 7. Lots of stuff is happening. So now you want to click the eye raise. So ray 7. So click eye raise, go to ray 7 and hit it. Target 3 is Drock.
Oh my god.
So a ray of terror. So real quick, before this kind of resolves, Drock and Griffle, both of you all get attacks of opportunity. He's still making ranged attacks with you guys in melee of him. So
he did his first range attack on me. Would it have been an attack of opportunity?
it was during your turn, and you can't OA during your own turn.
Okay, fine. Where's I never use melee basic. One sec.
So
I'm
you both miss.
assuming that. Hang on, I'm assuming that excuse me. I'm assuming I can't apply the power bonus to melee attacks. Like off turn.
You can.
Because this is happening simultaneously, right?
You can still apply it. You just have to hit for it to work.
Yeah.
So you both miss. And then the terror ray hits Drock. 21 versus your will, Drock. Does that connect?
Nope.
All right. And then ray 10 on Drock again.
That's 2 rays.
Both rays are on
Wait,
target.
is it 2 basics to raise, Gary? Is that the
What's up?
is the actions two basic attack, 2 standard, 2 raise?
I don't know what you're asking.
Or the
The-
beholder.
The Beholder's melee basic attacks are minor actions.
Yeah. NBAs are.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Right?
Am I just gonna now submit Ray 10 and it'll hit Drock?
Yes.
And do we get another opportunity attack here, or just the one?
No, 1 per round.
Oh.
19 does not hit as disintegration ray goes and melts part of the platform you're standing on. I assume, does 19 hit your reflex? It might.
No.
What's your reflex?
Well,
It
sorry,
says 19.
reflex is 19. No, sorry, it might. Ties hit, right?
Yep, ties hit. So you're now vulnerable 10 all damage as your body is trying to disintegrate. And you have ongoing 11 save ends.
How do I mark that one again?
Like that.
Okay. Wow.
All right. Beholder.
Is trying to disintegrate.
Yep.
Yay!
Beholder, would you like to shoot more rays, or are you done with your turn?
Wait, what? She can do more?
I'm gonna do more.
All right. So if you see on your handout, do you see number 4 on your little Beholder handout?
Do you have the handout up still?
This is messed up.
1 sec, Gary. No. And the holder go to read all number 4. All right, I just brought it up again for her. She's reading. So, Philly, this is going swimmingly.
Well, no. You're the only one who's been hit, so like think of it as like it's going great for the rest of us, which actually is consistent with the story. So
It so is. Considering I rolled a crit on my initiative and a 2 on my damage, right? I mean, come on. I don't know. That's Gary, not me.
What's up?
Point. Shoot somebody.
Yes. So you say action point, and then hit your eye raise action again.
Oh, I raise action. Okay.
All you have to do is say action point, and you get to do it again. So 6 against 1, and then 3 against 4. So on target 1, go ahead and give me eye raise 6.
Automatically gonna go on 1 if I submit it.
We just basically do that ourselves.
Yeah, we just know who things are.
Yeah.
I made the macros easier so you can use them a little easier. So brilliant beam, 24 versus your will, one of many.
I will do Bastion of Mental Clarity, so +4 to my will and +4 to allies within 5 squares.
I have a question. Did we use Bastion of Mental Clarity when we were interfacing with the, or is that an encounter power?
So yes, and I would normally say that'd be done, but you guys did all the interfacing the night before, and then you rested, and this is the day after.
okay.
So Drock and one of any both get +4 to will until I think the end one's next turn.
Nice.
And I need a beam 3 on Morin, please.
Beam 3.
That misses.
All right, good deal. And the Beholder is done. Filibuster, welcome to your turn. And by welcome to your turn, I mean lasers.
Welcome to beams.
Before you start your turn,
Do I have to roll that reaction, by the way, before or after the roll?
Reaction? What do you mean?
Isn't there like I can dodge the laser or something?
Using the mirror walls?
Minor action to brace yourself. Oh, so it has to be during my turn.
Yes.
Wait, All right, so do you
As an
raise
immediate interrupt, when you are
Correct.
targeted.
I now do Ray 10.
You are a creature adjacent to you. They can't use immediates on your own turns.
It tells you rate 10 's gonna be.
Ah, okay.
10, and then I'll do rate
17 reflex against Filibuster.
17 misses.
That's very good.
Considering that's more than half my health, yes.
Yeah, that's ongoing damage. So 39 ongoing would be very painful.
That's whack. Why did we do this again? I made this choice. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Real quick, before you start though, he made a ranged attack and he's got 2 people in melee of him. So Drock and Griffle, do you want to take OAs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how people
It's just one per round though, right, Gary?
1 per turn.
Oh my god, beat this thing up.
Oh, fuck me.
Crit hit.
Hey, 26.
Crit hit. Please tell me this character responds to melee damage.
Oh, he takes damage. It hurts.
Oh, no. I meant like, it was like, oh, you hit me.
No.
are so high still?
So it is now your turn, Phil.
Okay, I am going to do what I said I was going to do, and I'm going to cast a Rain of Blood. And I'll center it to hit Griffle,
Okay.
right? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, your Rain of Blood is targeting Griffle, so she gets the benefit.
Yeah. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah. Need bonuses. Wait. I'm sorry, Gary. I'm failing you.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
Oh, I have plus defense against aberrant creatures. What a blessing. Okay. I was just checking to see if I have attack bonuses. Is the beholder larger than me?
Yes.
Okay. I believe.
Pretty significantly so.
22 versus Fort.
22 versus its fortitude is going to connect.
14 damage.
So, Griffle, you have a +3 power bonus to attack rolls. I'm going to mark that on your character for a second. 14 damage and Vuln 5.
Please blow it up. Gary, this ability rocks. I know you told me it rocks, but now that I rolled it.
Hold up. Sorry. Start that again because I'm a bit slow today.
You get a +3 bonus to attack rolls, and it takes
Okay.
5 extra damage from everything.
Oh. How long does this last for?
Till the end of my next turn.
And what's the attack roll? Gary, which icon am I using?
It should be in alphabetical order, so the bonus to attack is actually the very first one, attack bonus. Just hover over and hit 3.
Cool.
Okay, I have a general battlefield question, Gary.
Sure.
I'm on this platform here.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to jump into the goop, what would that look like? Do I have to?
You just take a movement action and jump down into the water. Although, be aware, the water is electrified, so
Are they taking? So are they taking damage?
nobody's in the water.
So I have a question about that. How often does the current run through the water?
So the way it works is if you're in the water, you will take damage either when you start your turn, end your turn, or enter a square of the water, but you cannot take the damage more than once per round.
Okay.
So it zaps you once no matter how you ended up being in it.
Okay, I'm going to move where I said and away. Please don't target me. And then I'm going to cast a heal at Drock.
Oh, thank you.
I assume the other way around because he's now out of range.
Yes, in the opposite order. You get 2 hit points and a healing surge, and you get a +2 to attacks.
Yep, surge +2 and +2 to hit. Jock just racking up all those status conditions.
Yeah. That's.
So you get 21 hit points, but there's no defensive bonus because it's not actually second one. Anything else from Phil?
No, I'm chilling.
Griffle, welcome to your turn. And by welcome to your turn, I mean
Lasers.
Laser time. I am ready one.
Hold up a second because I want to interrupt this.
So be aware that it is during your turn, so you won't be able to use something that isn't interrupt.
Right, my bad.
Does 19 hit your will, Griffle?
No. Wait, no.
Good, because that dominates. Drock, did you want to make an OA from the boulder shooting somebody next to you?
Yes. Melee basic. No attack, but 3 bonus. And how much? Oh, 5 more bonus, right?
So you've got whatever your normal things are, you're at +2 to hit and +5 to damage.
That better not hit.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I gotta restart. So +2 to hit, +5 from him, and +3 from getting up. So +8. Please hit.
29 connects for 18 points of damage.
Don't worry, guys. Narsenhar said this was a baby and would be easy to dispatch.
For him, Narsenhar is a 5-mile long thing.
5 miles. I think it's more than 5 miles, if we're being honest.
Griffle, you're up.
I have the greatest thing for this fight, guys. This is
Wind
gonna be-
bite.
This is going to be amazing. Okay, so I am going to quarry. So
Open the 9 gates.
if you could put my little green on him, that would be great. And I'm going to use divine castigation.
I didn't know if you ended up taking it or not. I thought you decided against it.
Nope, I took it.
Nice. It's not going to do a ton because the OAs are already there.
Doesn't matter. It's on a separate line. The effect goes through regardless. It's half damage on a miss.
I'm just saying he's already provoking a lot of attacks from you. So like you can only take 1 OA per round.
Yep. Wait, hold up. Sorry, say again.
So because he's using ranged attacks and melee, he's already going to be provoking a ton of OAs from you, and that's not going to get you an extra attack because you can only take 1 OA per turn.
Oh. Damn. Okay.
The wind out of your sails.
It
Captain
does.
Griffle.
Oh, me disappoint.
Uh,
Me didn't read properly.
Gary, can I re-roll that attack? Wait, no, it's probably not worth.
She's probably going to pick a different power because I imagine the fact that you're already getting that benefit means that you'll probably pick a different power, correct?
Yeah. I will. I guess just Jaws of the Wolf then, because yeah. Because me stupid no read. 5.
You can,
Why
yeah.
do I need to?
Because then I can go.
So do you want her to re-roll the first one of first power for Jaws of the Wolf?
There.
Yes, we'll do that. Let me click the button.
That's really sad. It's a 17 and I rolled a 1.
Where's that? Should I re-roll it for her?
No, she re-rolls.
Okay. Can I move to the right, Gary?
You can, yeah, that's fine.
That's a 14 on the dice plus. Like,
Yes, so definitely connect. So 26 and 27 for a total. Is that with the +5 added in? It looks like it is.
It is, yep. So the +5's in there. And then I also have additional
Your carnage weapons, right?
Yeah, carnage weapon damage is applying.
And it is quarried.
Mhm.
So we got 26 plus 27 plus 3 plus 2.
It's not undead.
And looking like that, 58 points of damage.
Nice. Yep, that looks right
Did you
to me.
add the +5s or did you do that?
That's in there. That's in the basic
It's in there.
ones.
Excellent.
All right. Solid standard action and minor. Anything else? You've got to move and, of course, you still have an action point as well.
Yeah. I'm going to. No, I really don't want to do that, huh?
Hey, Gary, can Lightning Rush interrupt his start of turn stuff as well or not?
Anything that targets someone else can do it. You can redirect the attack to yourself. The only thing you can't lightning rush is if you get hit on your own turn.
Okay.
I kind of, while I have the bonus, wanna, because I'm assuming it's end of your next turn, right?
Yes.
Correct.
I'm gonna action point and twin strike. So action point card goes boop. Yep. And then twin strike. 3, 3. Okay. Why
the,
is that
the
a
second one's broken.
Yeah. Why is that a 10?
I think you're missing a 3 in there. Or you, like one of them's a 3 instead of a 13.
Right.
Your attack bonus.
Right.
So,
Let me fix that.
so it's still only a 20, I believe, which is not going to connect. So 13 points of damage. All right, and that is it for Griffle, unless you have something you would like to do with your minor action.
Nope.
Cool. Morin, welcome to your turn. And by welcome, I mean...
Laser time. You're going
All right.
to do laser.
I am going to do a lightning rush.
God, well, that's probably good.
Yeah.
Ray 10 on... Well, first of all, we have to do Drock's lightning rush first, and then Griffle and Drock, you both need to make OAs. So a lot of stuff's going to happen first. So lightning rush will definitely connect. That is 34 points of damage. Solid hit.
I'm going to disruptive strike on this one.
Okay.
So where's the button?
That's a critical hit.
Jesus.
I'm actually rolling well, guys. It's the first time ever. Noted on the calendars.
You always have luck.
There we go.
Last.
Does your weapon do anything special on a crit other than just damage? I don't remember what your
Mine?
weapon is. Yes.
No.
28 AC hits for so -8.
-8 penalty to its attack roll.
All right, and that'll be 16 points of damage. And I know that fighting Beholder, there's just so much chaos involved with taking turns. All right, so your immediates are done. One of your OAs is done. I believe that means that I'm waiting for Griffle's OA.
I can do an OA and an interrupt.
Yep.
Nice.
But only one interrupt per round, correct?
One interrupt per round, one OA per turn. 22 does not connect. All right. So, shoot around, and now I Ray 10 on Drock, please.
27.
27 is a 21 versus reflex, which
Hits.
Wait. Hold on.
Hits.
Is the triggering enemy me?
You were, but I used lightning rush and redirected it to me.
Oh, that's what that does. Okay, sorry.
Which is he's already hit by a Ray.
Hold up. It's a 19, not a 21.
Still
correct,
hits.
because I can math, but 19 still hits him.
Damn it.
Luckily, he doesn't really do all that much to him because he's already suffering the effects. So he just now has ongoing 14 instead of ongoing 11.
That's good.
So just doing initial damage, but it's going to really hurt when he starts his turn.
Now, does that happen right at the start of turn
Yes.
or after a saving throw?
Depends on if you have something that works at the beginning of your turn. I think Hobgoblin Discipline does,
Perfect.
but I would have to look. Hobgoblin Discipline.
Yeah, well,
You
it's the
start-
start of turn. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. So you can choose which order to do things. If you want to take the damage first and then save, you can do so, or you can do it the other way.
Okay. I definitely don't want to take the damage. So.
All right, Morin, it is your turn after that shenanigans.
Finally.
And by your turn,
No. Yeah. Well, I redirected
You
it to
already
me.
took my turn.
She's really keen to kill people, guys. I'm sorry.
She's doing a great job of controlling this beholder's random eye rays.
How old are you?
11.
Okay, I did work at a summer camp, and I will say 11-year-olds are the most evil.
Wait, excuse me, the 10 too.
Okay, so I am going to start by moving here next to Filibuster and moving 3 squares
Real
to
quick.
gain. Yes.
Where you are, because you are a medium-sized creature, like half that square is in the wall, you will be considered squeezing, which is going to have some pretty gnarly penalties associated with it.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to ask Brain, Filibuster to swap with you. The square that he's in, like you guys could swap and he wouldn't suffer that penalty because he's small.
No. I need to move here then.
Okay.
Nope, that's still 5. Hold on.
What
So
was wrong?
I started here.
Oh, you
right?
need to move 3.
I have to move 3 squares and be 6 away.
So
Or do you also have to be next to me?
do you have movement speed of 6?
I do, yes.
You could get to there.
Wait, I do, right? Yeah, 6. Yeah, I was hoping to be next to Filibuster, but that is not going to.
Is there a reason you need to be next to me?
So we can use the mirrors.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay.
Okay, so if I go there, it's fine. Good. Okay, so I'm going to move over there, gaining partial concealment. Then I'm going to use my minor to curse the beholder.
What's your color? Purple?
I think yellow. Well, purple works.
Yellow?
I like
He
purple.
throws curses around and then like explodes the curses for crazy damage. He's kind of the one that,
In
like,
theory.
he's, like, he doesn't, but maybe kill someone like Red Weapons was
Yes, and now I am going to. Do we want to move this guy into the water?
He's flying. I don't think it matters, right, Gary?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure flying means I can't. get
Oh, they can
fly.
fly. Okay.
Oh, he's definitely flying.
Okay. Then I'm just
Gary
going
did
to.
not. Well, hold on. Gary did not answer if the water would affect him.
That is correct.
It won't.
It won't?
No,
We
that
don't
is
know.
correct that I did not answer.
He didn't answer, which means it may or may not. He's not.
I'm
giving,
assuming
like,
that it.
any
Why? This is a containment field for it. Why would it not affect it?
Because it'll fly above it.
Not if you push it into it.
Yeah, if you could dunk it, maybe it would. But
So if I slide a flying creature, will it enter the water?
Yes.
Okay.
The only difference is that because the water is considered hazardous terrain, it will get a saving throw to avoid being pushed into it. Just as any of you guys that get attempted to be thrown into the water will get a saving throw to avoid being chucked into it.
Even if it's charmed?
It depends. If it's dominated, then it's not going to be as big of a deal. Like if you dominate it and then have it fly into the water, it doesn't get a saving against that. But if a charm effect just slides it, then it does still get a save.
Okay. All right. So instead of that, I'm going to use an upsetting onslaught. A creature.
Okay.
I don't have prime shot. Do we get any bonuses to attacking it at the moment?
No bonus to attack, but +5 to damage.
Okay.
Gary,
22.
didn't Griffin and I have +2 though, because of the other thing?
You have +2 because someone healed you. Griffel has +3
Right.
because of Rain of Blood.
Okay. Sorry, just making sure I didn't misdo my math earlier.
Pretty sure 22 will does not connect. It does not.
Okay. Then let me. Then I will action point.
By the way, I did mark it. It did get bloodied during the last series of.
Oh, who
Batteries
bloodied
on.
it?
I thought what?
Looks like Griffel.
Dang it.
Okay, and I'm going to use the Curse of the Dark Dream.
Health is gone.
Okay.
Nope, 18 versus will won't hit either.
It
But
will not,
I
but it does.
will do
Bloody
10 or 11 psychic damage.
Did you have the +5 in there? It doesn't look like it.
No, I did not.
In the game.
Okay, so
24, so 12.
19 plus 12. 12 points of damage.
Mhm.
Actually, that's not how math works. Hang on. 19 halved is rounds down to 9. 9 plus 4 is 14. 9 plus 5 is 14. Because you don't actually have +5 to damage it's vulnerable 5. It's a little different.
Oh, I see. Okay. So 14 damage.
Mhm. And he has dark dreams, so I'm going to mark it as this radioactive thing. All right. That is, so you move double standard. You have a minor action remaining. Were you going to use...
I cursed it with my minor.
Oh, minor. All right. Well, that is it. That means that your turn is over. One, welcome to your turn. By welcome, I mean...
It's time for your turn. Enjoy.
So I raise 6 at 1. So before I raise 6 gets put into the channel, Drock and Griffle continue Operation Beat the Meatball to Death.
So attack bonus is at
Roll
2.
a monster.
Damage bonus is 8.
And Addie, if you could, click off of the monster and then click back onto them. I've changed some of your abilities.
Oh no.
All right, so now start of enemy turn.
So now you do.
Well, hang on. So if you have the correct one, it should say I raise action bloodied. Should be the only thing that's changed on your bar. Cool. So the 24 connects. That gives a +3 bonus to melee attacks, which I assume is going to Drock. Yes.
Yes. Ideally on this attack, if possible.
Yes. So it means Drock is up to +5 to hit. 25 does hit, so 16 extra damage. And then the 23 was maxed out. So the quarry is once per round, so not that, but the other one is 2, so 2 more damage. Okay. The beholder has taken all of its damage. It may now proceed to ray 6 at one of many. Oof. Brilliant beam. 19 is not going to connect. And one of many, it is your turn.
All right. Okay. I am going to do Dishearten with Augment 2. Let's see. And it's Area Burst 1, so I can just avoid my buddies. And
Sorry, Gary. I already forgot something. On my last melee basic, he's bloodied, so my gauntlets of blood activate as well, so +2 more damage.
Okay. 29 versus Will definitely get the job done. 22 psychic damage. It does not seem to take all of that psychic damage. It does appear to have a pretty hefty resistance to it.
oh man, didn't someone just do psychic damage to it? Morin.
Does Curse of the Dark Dream do psychic damage? Maybe it does.
Yes, it does.
I was waiting to see if you
not.
said that he was resistant
Oh
to
no,
it.
I did not see that it was psychic damage because I was trying to do the math. So
9.
So he actually gets back 14 hit points.
1.
Wait, so did no damage?
Wait,
It
so
did no damage, so it couldn't be vulnerable. So like he takes 5 extra damage whenever he takes damage. 9 damage was not enough to overcome the creature's resistance, so it just took 0.
I see. Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Do you want to change your thing because I incorrectly
I don't, because I was excited about this -3 to attack rolls.
Yeah, it is going to be good.
It was very helpful.
Yeah. Okay, but that is good to know that it's resistant to psychic. Okay. Yeah. I think that will be my turn.
Beat it up, Drock. Take 14 damage first, though. And a laser.
So yeah, start of my turn, I am going to do Hobgoblin Discipline.
Oh, wait, I haven't lasered you yet.
I know, there's going to be a million things happening right now. Which should get rid of all the triggering effects before I take damage, right, Gary?
Correct.
All right. And then
so here's the thing. I believe you are still vulnerable 10. Yes. So you're still vuln 10. So you still have that effect, but you're not taking the ongoing.
oh gosh. Okay, how do I get rid of the vulnerable 10?
wait to the end of the creature's turn.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Laser you.
My hobgoblin discipline triggers first, and
Brock,
then
may I
yours.
say you do your job very well.
I try. Half the time I forget things, but I try really hard.
You are our meat shield, and you are very good at being a shield for the rest of us.
That is. I'm glad. I'm good at my job then.
It doesn't help that I want to be attacking him.
Yeah.
All right. So my turn now.
I too base all of my beliefs off spiteful beliefs or spiteful,
So
spiteful things.
Iris action.
Yeah, I raise that.
Yeah. Not Iris action. Hang on, because it's not her turn. It's still your turn. It's the start of enemy turn button.
Oh, start my turn. Sorry,
Oh.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Ray 10.
Uh-oh.
And if
I
it's
don't
my
even
turn,
remember
Gary,
what
do I still get my melee basic away?
No, but Griffle does.
Okay, just checking.
19 reflex hits, although it rolled bare minimum damage. You take ongoing 1.
Wow.
Does that -10 include the -3? Gary?
His
Or I guess
attack,
wait. Does the
I'm-
19 include the -3? I guess is the question.
So yes, I'm updating her sheet so she doesn't have to enter any things in as we're going.
Oh, okay.
So it should include it. So Drock, you take 11 points of damage.
Wait, what? I take damage?
Yes,
From what?
the
What?
ongoing
Going.
damage you got at the start of your turn.
Well, I thought I got rid of all that.
You did, and then she shot you again.
But wait, what did I miss? I looked away for a second.
You started your turn. You took your ongoing damage off. She shot you, hit you with ongoing damage again. It pinged you for 1, so you take 11.
Because he's vulnerable.
Oh,
to-
right. Crud.
Yeah.
How do you... All right.
Right.
Fine. I am going to use inconstant location against the enemy. My situational attack is at my +3 plus the +2 from the healing for a total of 5.
Mhm.
And my damage bonus is +3 plus 5 and +2 for a total of 10 bonus damage.
That was a lot of words he just said.
I know, right?
Walking yourself through it does really help, though. 40 is definitely going to get the job done. 28 points of damage to the beholder. And you're in constant location. Now you are still on the ship. So Griffle can alter your teleportation.
Nice. Okay. Now, do I even want to move? Is the real question. I just wanted to.
Will you move for me?
Yeah, I
Can
can.
you move like next to Griffle or?
Oh yeah. Totally.
I'm gonna
Okay.
drop I think I'm gonna drop a Guardian Angel.
Perfect.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so that's my. So before I do, because that'll be the last thing I do. That is my 1 standard. I don't necessarily need a minor because I'm probably not going to use Bound Minds or Mind Spike at all. But I am going to action point, probably. Yeah.
I mean, it is bloodied, so
right?
I
That's
imagine
kinda
it may
what
not
I'm thinking.
last.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I? Well, I'm going to action point. And then I'm going to use Spectral Legion, I think. Attack bonus is still 5. Mostly because I have ridiculous damage bonus, right? I might as well use it. So, 35 to hit.
35 for 26.
Okay. And then I will use Constant Location ability, which is the ability to teleport, but because we're on the ship, I'm going to go right over by Griffle.
Okay, sounds good. So Griffle, you'll have to remember that, well, Griffle and Drock, you both get combat advantage against the beholder, so an extra +2 to attack.
For
I
what?
don't know. So the Spectral Legion,
Oh,
right?
right, yeah.
So the grants combat is to allies adjacent to it until the end of your turn. So only Griffle. So Griffle, you now have pretty much permanent combat advantage. Well,
Yeah.
1 turn of combat advantage.
Nice.
And then what ends when? When's the +5 damage end?
At the end of
End of my next turn.
the end or the start of Phil's turn. The question is, I think the hit bonus from Phil also lasts till the start of his turn. I don't know where the +3 ends because I don't know what the +3 is from. +3 to hit.
+3 is Rain of Blood.
Griffle. Right.
No, +3
Yes.
is mine. That's the gang up. +2 is from the healing.
Well, you also have +3 to hit from Griffle.
Oh, well, then I had another. Well, it didn't matter, but I would have had another +3. What's the Griffle one for?
Whenever she connects, her
Righteous
base
brand.
attack. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
All right. Beholder gets to start its turn. So, Addie, if you have the thing, that little handout pulled up, just start at the top. Do you want to do number 1?
I gotta pull it up.
Do you remember where it is? 2 seconds, guys.
Thanks. Oh, it's this one. Found it. Okay. Yep. I want to do that.
Okay, so where do you want to move?
I would like to move to here.
Sounds good.
Wait, she can be inside me?
Nope, she can be above you because she can fly.
Oh.
Yep. So now I'm gonna go with.
I would say you probably want to use the central eye. Actually, you probably want to use central eye first while you're here, and then use the other stuff.
Central Eye.
No, you can use it here. No, what am I saying? You can use it whatever you want. So you probably want to hit both the people next to you with central eye.
Yeah.
So that is a 25 against Will on Griffle, and then a 18 Will against Druck, which I assume is a hit and a miss.
Yep.
All right, so Griffle, whenever you use an encounter power or spend a power point, you take psychic and necrotic damage equal to the level of the power you use. And if you use a daily power, you take double that damage instead.
Oof. All right.
So does this close blast also, would it affect me?
No, you're too far away. You're 6 squares away from them. So there's no.
Is there any encounter or daily power, or is it only attack powers?
I believe it's any encounter power, apparently. All right, let me look. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so the box cannot be. That's the box for the attack. So it can't hit you because it's only 5.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so you've used your central eye. You have moved. You can't make a bite because you've done the other things, which means time to shoot your eye rays.
Yay! Iris action bloody. The one against target 2.
So you get 3 rays while you're bloodied.
Oh,
man.
So the first rays, the rays are going to go off. Drock and Griffle, do you want to take your opportunity attacks now?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So do that first, and then we'll shoot.
I will
shoot.
grant my +3 to Druck.
Yep. So 22, 24 damage.
That's two additional damage. Yep.
24. Drock, you're up.
Wait, 2 additional damage again?
Drock, no.
Okay,
She
good.
was telling me she did 2 more damage than what's on the sheet, or what's on the page.
Good.
36 for 19. All right, now Ray number 1 on Griffle. Charm Ray, 34 versus Will.
oh my God.
And then it's ray number 5 against target 5.
Mhm. Yep.
So
Oh no.
And then we've got number 5 against target 5. So that's against Filibuster is a 21 versus Reflex.
That will hit.
Actually, that is incorrect because her attack bonus is not correctly penalized. So it should be a 19 versus Reflex.
That will still hit.
Oh, well, then I can help you there.
Wait, am I stunned then?
No, your slowed save ends, and if you fail that saving throw, you're stunned.
Oh, perfect.
Hold on.
That doesn't
hold on,
matter.
Stray.
And then the third raid is raid number 6.
So I'm gonna do my lightning rush on this one.
Okay.
So I'm going to augment 2. Do I still have Griffles +3 then? That lasts a while. 6, 8.
Yes.
It's
One.
on your next attack.
Okay, so I don't get that. Perfect. So that's just 5 to attack.
Oh, no, hang on. No, it's all of them. Sorry. It's melee attack rolls against the
Yeah,
target. Yeah, you do get it. Sorry.
You'll basically have it forever in this fight.
Perfect. Too many things to track, though. It's getting ridiculous. So 8 attack, and I'm still at 10 damage bonus.
37.
Good Lord.
Ooh, nice.
It is Drock's day.
And Addie's gonna hate it because she thinks I have phenomenal luck, but she has not seen the rest of our
You've
games.
never
I
seen- this
have
is-
no luck in literally everything else, though.
24 versus your will, Druck.
Oh, right. Yeah, that
really?
succeeds.
No, but it's 20.
21.
So the +3 is correctly already included. The thing that's not included is if he's attacking something that isn't Drock, I'm not putting in the mark penalty. So it was lowered against Griffle to 32 instead of 34, and it was lowered against Phil to whatever the other number, because I didn't have, I couldn't put in the number for the target on the sheet. The 24 is actually correct because it is attacking Griffle. Or sorry, he is attacking Drock.
Mm-hmm.
So
And that
8
does it.
points. Yes, 8 points, and you are blind.
Oh, what's that do?
Well, it does a bunch of things. So you grant combat advantage. So 8 points of damage is actually 18 because you're vulnerable 10 still.
Oof.
And you grant combat advantage, but also potentially very relevant, you cannot make opportunity attacks while you're blind.
Oh, wow. So she just reduced a massive amount of damage for this whole round.
Yep.
So just to clarify, because there's like a trillion things going on, and I'm sorry to second guess you, but you know I'm talking about my dishearten, right?
Yes, you're disheartened.
Okay.
So I put that on the character on the sheet level of the
Okay.
beholder.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it to where she doesn't have to enter, that where it gives you a prompt asking you things.
Mhm.
So every time there's a change that's like a global change, I keep editing the creature sheet. Because he
Gotcha.
actually does have a pretty strong bonus. He gets a +4 to hit from being bloodied. So his attack bonus is kind of increasing, but most of it's being mitigated by your penalty.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Careful, you're up
Um,
with the OAs because I'm out apparently.
At least
I am dominated until the start of my turn.
Opportunity attacks. Wait, so
Me
neither
too.
of us can do OAs till our next
Neither of
round?
us can do our day always until the
Oh
next.
my goodness,
yeah.
Addie, you've taken out your key damage dealers. This is
Yes, I
horrible.
did.
All
I
right.
don't think she's going to commiserate with you.
I know, right? She's so happy.
So she's moved, minored, and Addie, you've shot off your 3 beams. However, you are bloodied. What does it say under number 4 for being bloodied?
Cheat.
Where is it? Where?
Oh, number 4 on your sheet. Do you still have your sheet open?
No.
Oh. Probably need to keep that open for a bit.
So the second sentence, it says, when you take your first turn while bloodied,
Action point.
all right,
Oh.
eye lasers again.
Goodness. I can't do anything, guys. I'm blind.
So
I'm
I
blind.
raise action bloody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, God.
Oh my
That's what I
god.
did too.
All right, raid 10 against target number 1.
Grade 10. Oops, that's grade 1.
That's raid
Gary,
1.
I think your dice are broken.
Why didn't it switch?
Just try again. It's quirky sometimes.
I rate 10.
There you go. 24 versus reflex on one of many.
-2.
Wait, what?
You gain health.
Yeah, so it can't do less than 0. But if 24 reflex hits you, you're just vulnerable 10 damage.
Okay.
Okay, and now I do it again on target too.
Yep.
Ow. Wow.
Target number 2 is Griffle. So it would be -2 + 2. Sorry, one of many, that would be 22 versus your reflex. I'm sorry. I don't know if that hits or not.
It does not.
Okay, so you did not get hit by that one because, again, I can't include Mark. So 22 versus reflex. So it would normally be 20 because of Mark, but you are dominated, so you're granting combat advantage. So it actually is 22 reflex.
Okay. It hits.
All right. So you are vulnerable 10. And
I need a bit of help. Sorry. I know I still have a damage bonus. I know that I have CA. The +3 came from Philly, but is there another bonus active on me at the moment?
So you still have the +3 bonus.
Mhm.
You might not want it while you're dominated, but you have it still.
So I have a +5 in total then from like the constant CA.
Yeah, effectively.
Now I feel like
All right.
Can I ask a question about the dominated status?
That had a shield around it.
Let me finish having her shoot her raise. So ray number 2 against target number 1. Wounding ray for a 30, so 28 versus fortitude on one of many.
Yep.
19 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Ray 9 at some point.
I don't.
All right, so the beholder has move, minor, standard. It is done with its turn.
But just to be clear, because that disintegrating ray missed me, I'm not vulnerable 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Because I don't have the ability to include the mark in its nonsense without having her click a bunch of extra buttons. All right. So someone had a question about dominate. So what was your question about dominate?
Yeah, is it considered in this case the beholder acting for Griffle, or is it Griffle being mind controlled at that time and they're acting on their own?
I don't.
If the beholder is stunned, will Griffle still act?
Yes.
Okay.
Phil, welcome to your turn. By welcome to your turn, I mean the beholder gets to shoot things, and because he's not crippled, well, he is crippled pretty heavily, but since he's not going to take a bunch of attacks for opportunity, just hit the start of enemy turn and then shoot the appropriate laser.
Again. This is a broken button.
18 to 16 reflex.
It will not hit me.
Excellent. All right, begin your turn, sir.
I'm going to walk forward 2 spaces. Then I'm going to cast Silent Malediction, targeting the bottom half of the beholder.
I assume you mean that. Oh, okay, sure.
Well, like the square.
No, I mean what you mean now.
Yeah, like that. I do not have combat advantage.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
The 2 on it is Dark Dreams. Okay, right.
And the 5, it's still vulnerable 5 though.
Oh, hang on. The beholder needed to click a button. So could you hit the save button for me, Addie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it is no longer subjected to Dark Dreams. And I don't. So I don't think it can. It can't use its ability to take off that -3, or that. Well, it can't. Vulnerable is a named condition, but about to be not vulnerable, so it's not going to do that. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Gary,
Okay, again, we'll walk forward.
Yes,
Silent
Addie?
do you know what my health is at?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I will say that what it says on the token is not super relevant to what his actual hit points are, because I had to do a bunch of adjustments to the token like right before game because we were down a player.
19 versus Fortitude.
19 versus Fortitude is not going to connect. I'm almost positive. Double check. It does not.
It is dazed. And it takes 9 plus 5 damage. 14.
9 and 5, 14. Yeah.
All action point. I don't think there's a minor. Okay, because it's days I get combat advantage, right? Is that
Correct.
Let's go. I will cast Thunder of Judgment. Oh wait, it's already wait, that dazes, so it doesn't matter. Drop you bloodied.
Yes.
I will cast Fires of Judgment. What were you saying, Gary?
You are also dazed. You just need to remember to mark yourself.
If I'm dazed, can I take the action point?
You can. I'm just reminding you that you need to mark yourself in the future.
Gotcha. That's fine. 2, 5, 6, 1.
Oops. That did not work, I don't think.
What?
I'm trying to edit things and it,
Okay. 21 versus reflex.
20.
Oh, 22 versus reflex, actually.
22 reflex, I think, is going to connect. Do you include your combat advantage already?
Yes.
Unfortunately, it does not connect.
No. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too late. I won't see that. You would have to do that earlier. All right. If I were smarter, I would have used guidance in the past, but that's okay. I think that's all I can and should do.
All right.
Oh, can I use I can use my minor. Yeah. Or no?
It depends. It depends on what you're trying.
Can I do the mirror wall minor?
You're not going to be next to it by the time that ends up being a thing. So
okay,
no.
I pass. Goodbye.
All right, Phil, make your saving throw against being slowed, please.
Saving throw. Where's my saving throw button? I fail. I am stunned.
Where is it? All right.
I know what I was going to do for my minor, Gary. I remember now. Can I use the Baneslayer mark?
You can. It is going to override Drock's mark, but you can use it.
Drock, is that okay?
Yep.
What's the range on Baneslayer mark?
It's anything I can see.
Okay.
There's the button.
Yeah, I've already used my immediate reaction this round, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, it does mess with attack penalties and stuff, although I'm going to stop trying to do that on the sheet side because I think it's breaking parts of the sheet for me to keep changing it. Let's see. So what color do you want to use for your mark, Phil?
I will use the color I am. So like a light blue.
Light blue?
That one. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Griffle, it is your turn. So until the mark ends, the target takes radiant damage equal to your level the first time each round when it targets any of your allies with an attack power that does not include you as a target. So step 1, he's going to get zapped for 8 points of radiant damage. And by 8 points, I mean 13 points of radiant damage. Because he does not.
Why is it 13?
Because
he's radiant. Oh my god, I didn't think of it. I'm so stupid.
So then it's going to be the start of enemy turn. So Griffle is starting your turn. Eye lasers. Ray 9, and no one can take OAs against you at the moment. So let's see that death ray. That's a crit death ray. All right, so a critical death ray is 26 points of necrotic damage. You are vulnerable right now, Griffle, so that's going to be 36 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
If the target was bloodied before or after this attack, it is also dazed save ends, so you are also dazed as well.
Wait, that's a good thing.
Why is that a good thing?
Because you're dominated.
No, the dominate ends at the start of my turn.
Oh,
Dominate. Yeah, already took the dominate off.
Yeah.
Good. And you're just dazed.
Okay.
You now begin your turn.
God damn it.
I'm going to see if I can, while you're doing this, if I can correctly get the beholder's token to show its hit points.
Jerry, what do the marks do for, like you said, for bonuses and stuff?
Huh?
You said like when we change marks, it changes the numbers, but I didn't think my mark actually did anything number-wise.
Yeah, it's -2 to hit.
Okay.
Don't target you.
So I know I'm going to take some damage from this because I'm using an encounter power. I'm going to use Invigorating Stride.
So the health on the token is now actually correct, Addie. If you were curious how much health you've got left.
Yeah, I got very, very concerned seeing what it was at before. Can I say what it was at before?
No, don't. We'll talk about it afterwards.
So she was concerned, and now she's not.
Okay, so until the end of the creature's next turn. Oh no, hang on. It's the end of my turn, right? Okay, so when the target uses an encounter power or spends a power point, it takes psychic and necrotic damage equal to the level of that power. Okay, so I'm just going to take 2 damage for doing this. That's all right.
12, but yes.
Oh,
Because you're vulnerable.
oh right.
And if you stride, it is going to be your only action as you are also dazed.
Okay, well that's not worth doing then because I was hoping to get a second wind out of it. I'm in a bit of a pickle here, guys. I can't really do anything.
Really basic?
So a healing word doesn't have a level on it because it's a class feature. I can use that without taking damage, right?
Correct.
And also second wind.
True.
Second wind also does
Actually,
not-
second wind is probably the better one here because I'm going to second wind.
Especially if you're healing yourself.
Did you
Yeah.
take your ongoing damage at the start of your turn?
How much was it? No, I didn't.
11.
Plus 10?
No, the vulnerability. Okay. So I gained 12 of that back.
And +2 to defenses.
Cool.
Yeah, a critical hit death ray actually is painful. Who would know? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
I
See, I was like, oh, I can do something to help Drock here. I can sacrifice a little bit of my own health to help. Nope, sorry, man.
All good.
Gary, for the slow beam, when I'm dazed, is that dazed instead of slowed, or am I still slowed?
The slow beam did not daze you. Also, you
Sorry,
were still.
am I stunned instead of slowed?
So you were slowed save ends, and then if you fail the save, it stuns you for a round, I think. I'd have to click on it again and see. Do you remember what rate it is? The DM. It's not disintegration.
I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
Not brilliant. Oh, it's crazy. There's still a bunch of these raids that we haven't hit yet.
It's because you've been hitting 10 over and over.
Hitting 10.
Sleep ray, telekinetic ray. What's number 5? Temporal gaze. There it is. Target is slowed save ends. If the target fails the saving throw, it is stunned until the start of its next turn. So you're just stunned until the start of your next turn, and you are still slowed.
Hang
Oh,
on.
so it just means I can't do. I
Off
give.
turn.
Yeah. Okay. So I still get to take my turn at the end then.
Can I still do free actions when I'm dazed?
Yes, you can.
Cool. Dwarven armor regains Surgil's value. Surgil's healing regain a surge. So I'm gonna get another 12 out of that. Oh,
Sounds
that
good.
feels better.
Make some saving throws for me. You got first, give me a saving throw versus your ongoing, and then second, give me a saving throw. Unless you're going to action point. I don't know if you've already action pointed.
I have action pointed. I don't have my action point. So I made the first saving throw. It's a 5.
So you're
I
still-
wanna. Yeah, I've still got the. Is it this ongoing damage?
Yeah, it's just ongoing damage. It's the first
Okay,
save.
yeah, cool. All right, and then the second saving throw is against dazed, right?
The second saving throw is against the death ray. Yes.
Can I? I need. Can I? I'm gonna use
Oh,
phylactery of action to re-roll that
Okay.
because it's dazed counts. Just use the new result even if it's lower. Okay. Yeah, I really want to re-roll that.
13.
Hey, there we go. No longer dazed.
Cool. All right. Morin, it's your turn. And by your turn, I mean lasers.
laser.
Although, Griffle, you are no longer dazed or dominated or stunned, so you may make an attack of opportunity if you so choose.
I will, in fact.
Yeah, I can stop them from doing that.
And also,
Fine.
I do want to do a battle awareness as well, so I'm going to be doing 2.
Okay. And
it's
if you move away from them, or if you cripple them somehow, or kill them, then it stops them from punching you.
yes. So we've got 2 MBAs to roll here, and I've still got a +5 bonus to both. I don't have the damage bonus anymore. Is that correct?
You don't have the bonus to hit anymore, so
Wait,
you're
hang
at
on.
+2, but you're not at +3. So your attack bonus right now is +2, and you do not have the damage bonus as well.
And then a second one, MBA.
Can I do the eye right now?
In a second.
So that's 11 damage, and 24 is 13 damage, so a total of 24 points of damage. All right, now hook us up with a beam number 5 on Morin. 18 reflex is not going to connect, I believe.
That is correct.
Although I stopped doing math things, so that's minus. It's less, so don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write this on the board to make my life easier.
I tried to have a notepad open for all our pluses and minuses, and still got
There's
lost.
a lot of things that happened all at once.
Okay, so I actually get to do a thing now, right?
Do it.
Okay. I'm going to Fey bargain for my minor. Give me a +2 to my attack roll. And I'm going to use Arcane Prodigy, get a +2 to my damage roll. That's a action. And then I'm going to cast Pain Measure. I'm really sad that I haven't been hit once this combat thus far. I don't have Prime Shot.
I mean, I think I took the blind from you, and I'm kind of regretting it.
Why would it take 8 damage at the start of somebody's turn?
Because of the mark.
I think it's the first time.
First time each turn, is it not?
Each round.
No. I thought it was better than it was.
That would be
So I have
too
a-
good.
I have a +2 to attack because of my Fey bargain. Are there additional modifiers?
He is also dazed, so you get an extra +2 to hit.
Cool. And for some reason, I don't actually have the mod for damage in my macros. I need to fix that.
Well, he
but
doesn't
it'll
have
be-
any extra damage on him right now, so not as big of a problem. One
oh, well, no,
creature-
I get +2 to my damage rolls.
Okay. Um,
So does a 31 versus reflex hit?
31 reflex hits. I don't know what. So you get to roll twice and take either one.
If I hit with both, I deal more damage.
Extra damage. Okay.
Yeah.
So the 31 reflex hits. Obviously the natural one misses.
Okay. So it's 20 damage,
All right.
and then I regain 3 hit points that I haven't. So it's 20 fire damage. 22 fire damage, sorry.
Okay. Ow. Anything else?
Yes, and then I'm going to move.
Addie, does them drawing the arrows from what you can see on your side look kind of funny?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll just move back here.
Does it look different on yours than mine?
And I am partially concealed.
Cool. And your turn?
Yep.
One of many. Welcome to your turn. And by welcome, I mean lasers. Ray 7.
That's new.
Does
Griffle.
Griffle get her away?
Yep.
Nice.
Let's go.
33 only connects. 12 points of damage. And let's see what Ray 5 does, or Ray 7, sorry, does. Ray 5
Yeah,
is
it's a new one.
terror
Oh, wait, no,
ray.
that's the very first one.
All right, so it is getting not -4 bloodied. Hang on, let's correct that. +4. All right, so he's at a total of -1 because he's marked by somebody else. So that's a 26 versus Will on one of many.
Okay. That hit.
19 psychic damage, and the target must move its speed as a free action. If you don't end your move 3 squares farther away from the beholder, you're going to take an extra 7 points of damage.
Okay.
It's impossible, is it not?
From where she is, yes.
Hmm.
You have to go
Fantastic.
into the wall.
Wait. Oh.
So you have to move your speed away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be in one of these squares.
Okay, but I can't get out of the damage.
Correct. So you'll take a total of 26 psychic damage, and you need to move one of those squares. And now it's your turn.
All right, so 26 damage. So I'm at 5. All right.
Holy
God.
crap.
Evil.
She's really quite sweet in real life.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Sweet is definitely the first word I'd use to describe myself. Most definitely.
All right.
See, I'm not only sweet in real life, but I can also contort my bones in such a way that I can touch my head with the back of my foot from behind.
Put that on a resume.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. So I have this Shadow Dance armor. I will use this power daily free action. My space and all adjacent squares become shrouded in dim light. I guess. Does that give me cover? Would that do anything? Or is that... Does that just make me slightly dimmer?
Sorry, I didn't realize I muted myself. It will give you concealment, so it'll, the beholder will have -2.
Okay, so I will do that. So Shadow Dance armor, that's a free action. And as a minor action, I have Protective Trauma, which gives me a +2 power bonus to all defenses until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
I will also do that. And then I will do Dishearten on it again.
And what's the dishearten do?
It's the
-3.
It's the -3 to hit that's made it miss a whole bunch of attacks.
Nice.
Wait, you're the reason I'm missing?
Mm-hmm.
Quit that!
Trying.
Destroy her.
I don't get any bonuses at the moment, right? It doesn't have...
With +2 to hit because it is still dazed.
Okay, I didn't put that in. So 26 will to hit.
26 will definitely connect. 19 points of psychic. So it does reduce that pretty significantly. But it retains its -3 to attack rolls.
Okay. And then wonder if I should action point. What do you guys think?
Yes.
Up to you.
So I could just do more damage. I don't do that much damage. I think nah, I'm gonna save it just in case I need to action point on it. Dishearten again. Okay, that will be my turn.
That's fair. Okay.
Drock, your turn begins. Zappy
Yeah.
zappy.
Yep, it's time for you to be lasered. With Ray
10 again.
Good.
Unfortunately, you get Ray 9.
No, it's Ray 10.
Yeah, I said unfortunately for me, you didn't get Ray 9.
Oh. So the brand hits for 15 points of damage. And then Disintegration Raid is going to change your ongoing to 5.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so you start your turn. You take 15 points of damage.
Yay. Okay, so I'm blinded, right?
Which means you
How
have
do Is there any way to get rid of blinded?
Don't tell him.
blinded save ends. So anything that grants you a saving throw would help you get away from blinded. There are a couple things that specifically get you out of blinded, but it's just like other conditions. You normally just need to save out of it.
So that's end of turn, though.
At the end of your turn, yeah. Or unless if you have something that grants you saves, you can do it. You can, if you want, make a heal check, but usually it's not worth it. It might be worth it in this instance.
Yeah, I think it might be. Is that a standard action or a minor?
It is a standard action.
What would happen if I moved away from you and it became useless?
Let me double check. So grant a saving throw. So you need to make a DC 15 heal check, and you get a +2. You get to make a save with a +2. So what's your heal skill?
Not that good. +4 only.
Right. So you need to you need to roll an 11 or better, and then that would give you the chance to then roll an 8 or better to not be blinded.
Okay, I'll just leave it. Oh man. All right. I will just use Spectral Legion, I guess, for my standard, and that's pretty much my turn. But now, okay, so I know I have +3 from Griffle. Do I have any other attack bonuses?
So you've got +3 from Griffle, and then everything else is mostly irrelevant because you're blind. So you're at a total of -2.
-2. Perfect. And then none of Philly's extra damage stuff is in effect anymore, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then just +5 from my stuff.
Is that with the -2? Nice.
Yeah.
That does connect.
Wow.
Damage to everybody except the guy who I'm supposed to be mad at.
Yeah, Philly's just chilling. Okay, so that's my standard. Do I really have any? Well, I guess I'll put Philly. Your mark. Are you going to redo your mark on your turn?
I can't, so go ahead.
Okay, so I'll mark then. And then that is that. And then I'm doing my saving throw for blind. Or how am I? What all do I have to save, Gary? Let's go through this.
So you have ongoing damage and you have the blind. And then the vulnerable, I think, ends at this turn. Hang on. Rotating to the end of this creature's next turn. Nope, so you're still vulnerable. So first,
but I can't save from that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so sorry, which one first?
Ongoing first, then blind.
You are ongoing?
Yes. So you keep the ongoing.
I'm not blind.
Which is good. I mean,
now I can punch it.
That means you're gonna have to move out of the way.
Possibly.
All right.
I'm going to use the inconstant location ability.
Okay. Where do you want to teleport to?
I'm going to go here, still in range of Griffle, but limiting the options of where the beholder can move and be away from me.
Okay. All right. So the Beholder, at the beginning of your turn, since you do have a powerful status condition on you, hit the save button.
No.
No longer dazed.
No.
Yeah.
Is that at will, Gary?
Yeah, this is his solo action. So,
Okay, can I move now?
yep, you can now do everything you want to.
Like murder us.
Okay. So that is going to provoke a tax of opportunity. Well, actually, no. No, it would. Yeah. So when you leave, when you fly away from them, they will get to punch you kind of as a parting shot as you go. So Griffle and Drock, you both get OAs as the Beholder flies away from you.
So situational
my back?
attack. So now I'm not blind. So now I have 3, and then what else for the attack?
Just 3, just +3.
Okay. And then 5 for that.
24 connects and 17 does not. 24 for 18. All right. So, yeah. So Beholder, first question, did you want to bite someone before you left, or are you planning to use Central Eye?
Use Central Eye.
Okay. So you can only hit 2 people with it. So it's going to be Griffle and Drock. So go ahead and Central Eye. Natural 1 on Griffle misses, and then 20 on Drock is, I believe, a miss as well.
Against AC? Or
Against Will. Actually, it's total +1. So 21 Will.
still miss.
Cool.
Now one sec. Does targets an ally? So if it's targeting me as well, so then Lightning Rush wouldn't work anyway, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
You could Lightning Rush anyways, but and redirect the attack, but you kind of have to do that before.
Yeah, I didn't think I could. So anywhere else,
Yeah, I'll explain that more later.
and it won't matter. I'll Lightning Rush on Philly's turn.
Well, the Beholder's turn is happening right now. So
Well, I mean later I'll Lightning.
I raise action.
Okay.
3 on 3. All right, so first shot is at Drock. So give me an IRA 3. The Sleep Ray for a total of 27 versus Will.
Yeah, that hits.
That's not math. 29 versus Will.
Still hits. Yep.
You're slowed.
Okay.
So that Lightning Rush is not going to happen anymore.
What? I can't Lightning Rush when slowed?
You have to get adjacent to him in order to Lightning Rush him, and your movement speed is now 2.
And then the next race 7 against target 2.
My base speed is 6.
Correct. Slowed, your base speed goes to 2. So you're now at speed 2 because he just hit you with a Sleep Ray.
This ain't your 5th edition slow, brother.
Yeah, okay. I thought Lightning Ray, the trigger was an enemy within 5 squares.
Correct. So the way Lightning Rush works is if an enemy within 5 squares is targeted with an attack, you can Lightning Rush. And Lightning Rush says you move adjacent to the target and then punch them. If you can't get to them, then you can't actually hit them with Lightning Rush. So you have to actually make it to them to force their attention to you.
Okay.
And you're now too far away. I guess technically you could running leap and hit him and then fall into the water.
Oh, yeah.
You could go here. So that is an option.
But then you'd be in the water, and the water would probably kill you with your help.
So I need Ray number 7 against Griffle.
So now on this one, because I can't Lightning Rush, can I do my Mind Spike?
I want to say Mind Spike has to be adjacent, but I don't remember.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Oh man, taking away all my options.
So that's going to be before. Hang on. So that's -5, so that's going to be 23 against your will, Griffle.
That's it.
So that's 22 points of damage. and you have to move as a free action away from the creature.
Okay. So 22 damage, and I have to move directly away. Are we talking like here into the water? Like I'm forced to move into the water?
So you are forced to move directly away. You don't have to go into the water. So you see these little pylons here?
Mm.
These are above water. So if you want,
Okay.
you can go jump, but you are going to have to make checks in order to make that happen.
Okay.
So 1 square, I think you can clear with no check, because I don't know what your athletic score is, but it's probably high enough to auto succeed.
13 or 15 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this one you have to clear 2 squares with no running start, which I think me.
Do I have to take my full movement away from him?
Yes.
Okay.
Jump. Not high jump. High jump is stupid. Long jump. Right. So athletics check divided by 10. Yes. So give me athletics divided by 10, and you can jump that. You can clear that many squares.
Easy.
Easy done. Yeah. So you only needed 5.
Uh-huh.
You need to roll a 5 or better. Cool. So you don't take the extra damage. Would have knocked you out. And the last part of the Bloodied Ray is Ray 8 against target 4. Target 4 being Morin, I think? Yes.
Yeah.
Ray number 8. Yes.
Okay.
So that's -5 plus 4, so -1. So that's 22 versus your fortitude.
That hits.
You get hit with Petrifying Ray, so your body begins to cover with stone. 9 points of damage, and your immobilized save ends.
Filibuster. Do you want to take the damage but not the status effect for a +2 to attack and +5 to damage?
Sure. I can take damage.
Okay. So I am immobilized.
9 damage.
Yes. And you get +2 power bonus to attack, +5 power bonus to damage until the end of my turn.
Cool.
All right. So that was, I believe, all the actions from the holder. Central Eye and raise and everything else doesn't have any conditions on it. A save can end. It is done with its turn. Phil's turn. Phil is outside of the thing, so you may begin your turn as normal.
Okay. I'm not. The stun ends at my turn, right?
Yep. Stun ends at the start of your turn. You are still dazed.
I can attempt to make a saving throw against the daze because of superior will. Where is the saving throw button? 12. No daze.
You're no longer dazed.
Cool.
What does the immobilized icon look like?
So they're in alphabetical order if you hover over them.
Thanks.
I'm going to cast Thunder of Judgment at the beholder. So I get
One rare
plus-
single target Thunder of Judgment.
Yes, but it does bonus damage.
It does more damage. It's just you don't usually use it as a single target.
You're correct. So that's 5 and then 6 because it's larger than me for damage bonus. 28 versus Fortitude.
28 versus Fortitude does connect. For 24 points of thunder damage, it is neither weak nor the thunder.
I will not push it.
And he's dazed. I was looking for it.
He is also dazed.
All right.
And wait. 1 second. Let's talk to myself real quick.
If anyone can push me
add
square.
Gary, add 1 to that damage, please, because I need to add that to my macro. I normally have a question that asks how many targets did I target.
Okay.
Oh no! I probably put it in the I probably put it in the damage calculation. Now that I think about it. So never mind. 18 is good.
Okay. Anything else?
Anything else I can do?
Mm.
Is anyone dying?
Yeah.
One.
No.
Griffle, if they start their turn, is going to go unconscious.
You can't. Can you hold a minor action?
You can, but it takes a standard action to do so.
That's disappointing. Okay. In that case, I will do nothing. I will move. Actually, yeah.
Do you have one of your heals left? I don't think you do, right?
I don't.
Okay.
How far is this? Okay, I'm gonna move towards Griffle.
Are you
Can I
gonna
fit
move?
into this square?
You are slowed, so you cannot go anywhere near that far. You can either go here or you can run and get to here.
Can I go against the wall?
Yeah, you can also do that. Yeah.
Oh, but run's a minor action.
Run is so when you move, you can choose to run, but it's going to give you a big penalty. You're going to grant combat advantage and some other stuff.
So the goal would be to minor action for the defense bonus against the I-beam.
Okay.
Towards Griffle. Is that possible?
You've no way to get to close enough to Griffle to help with the I-beam. Griffle's going to die from damage. Is the real problem.
That's okay. I'll just go here, and then I'll use the minor action to get the bonus defense.
Okay. So and
then I also rolled a saving throw.
you have +2 bonus to the next skill check for the incoming beam. And saving throw against your slow, correct?
Oh, I talked to myself. That's good that I talked to myself. That's not. It doesn't matter. Okay, I am stunned again.
Yep. All right. Griffle, it is your turn. You're luckily starting your turn outside of the beams of death. Unfortunately, you're also starting your turn taking ongoing 21.
How the hell does that work? God damn it.
Oh, no, he didn't hit you with the other beam, so you're no longer vulnerable. So ongoing 11.
Going 11. Yeah. Can you help me suss out which of these icons still applies? Because they are super small and very hard for me to see.
All good. So the red 2 is just a tracker for me. I don't need the green icon to be here because I know that's yours. Really, it's the ongoing 11 and then the +2
defensive bonus because that was from Second Wind.
Yes. So basically, it's just the 11 ongoing. The only one that's relevant. I mean, you're now also going to get another one, which is dying.
So I do have something for this because I have my Medallion of Death deferred.
Okay.
3 times the enhancement bonus, so just 3 at this. Oh no, wait, is it a +2?
I would be shocked if it's not a +2, but it's possible.
No, it's just a +1 Medallion of Death deferred. So I get 3 hit points back. That's not enough to unconscious me.
It is. So whenever you heal in 4th edition, you go to 0 first, and then you begin healing.
Cool.
So the way it's going to work is at the start of your turn, you get hit for damage, and then you defer your death. You go to 3 health, and then you take your turn as normal.
Okay. So I have fallen unconscious, so I have to stand back up. So I shall do so. Oh, really?
You don't. That's death deferred just says no.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. What do we say to death?
Deferred.
I'll deal with you later. And then I no longer have that thing on me that's like taking damage from using encounter powers and stuff, right?
Correct. You did not get hit with Central Eye.
Cool. Invigorating stride. I'm gonna move. Oh, I'm gonna start moving towards Philly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. I will take my plus 12 from my surge. Oh no, wait.
Still have a
Hang on, I
heal, don't you?
can't because it's specifically a second wind and I've already used it, so I can't do that. God
You still have your
damn it.
heal though, right? You didn't use that.
Yeah.
I was trying to look that up. Yeah. So I
It
don't think
specifically says second wind, so I can't use that.
so. You can move closer and then spend your use your healing word.
I will definitely use my healing word. So surge +9, that's nice. So
That's a big roll.
+12 and then
Hey,
9.
why is yours 2d6? Or did I just roll poorly? I feel like I've never healed more than 4 with my healing word.
It's 2d6, yeah.
Yeah, yours should also be 2d6.
Oh, well, that's why I've never healed more than 4.
Because at level 6, I think it increases.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I definitely should do that.
Yeah, so put the extra dice roll in yours when you get a chance.
I just did, yeah.
I will. Oh gosh. If an ability says an ally, that doesn't include me. It would have to say me or ally, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be a little broken, huh? What is the range on this? Range 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need to be like here. Can I get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I cannot get within range. Okay. Well, I'll start to get within range at least. We're here.
What are you getting in range of? Me?
Yeah, so I can go here. That's the closest I can get. I'm trying to get within range of the beholder, so I can pop off.
I mean, if you want, you can probably get to it this round, but you just move charge.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could basically reverse the move that you had and then charge. You need an athletics check of 5 in order to get it done, but you could get it done.
Yeah, at great risk. I am not in a healthy state right now.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's the smartest idea.
Just helping you make the dumb ideas. Yeah.
I can't actually get within range. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna reverse that move. I'm gonna try to do I will actually try to do the jump in reverse and get back over to Drock.
So if you move charge, you can get to here.
Yeah, all right, go on then. So skill check to get over the. Oh, cool. All right, we're good.
Captain Griffle, attack!
Yeah. Do I still have CA or no?
You do have CA because the beholder is dazed. You also have a +1 to hit because you are charging.
Right. Yes. So it'll be a 3. No damage bonus. Pow!
Nice. 33 for 18.
20 actually.
20, right? Because one of them was
One of
max.
those dice pops. And I mean, does my quarry disappear when I? No, it's still there because So of course I'm going to quarry.
You get quarry damage as well.
Yeah. Where is it? There we go. Bonus damage. Oh.
The creature is tottering, sort of lolling back and forth. Looks like its levitation is beginning to fail. It is severely wounded.
Okay.
Turn to page 3 of your book, Addie.
What does it say under severely wounded?
That is it for Griffle. You've charged and your turn is over.
Anyway.
Griffle, give me a saving throw, please.
Right, yeah, because I've still got the
Ongoing.
ongoing. Yeah.
Yay! No,
What is that? The green one or the blue one?
it's the green and the red. Because the ongoing greater than 10, I have to use 2 markers.
Okay, right.
Morin, it is your turn. You are not inside of the area of nonsense. You are immobilized, which is potentially a problem.
Nope. It is not for me.
All right.
Can you not be
Okay.
petrified?
Well, I can be immobilized, but it doesn't change anything, right?
Immobilized, other than you can't move, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. Okay, so for my... Bloop. But I can still take a move action, right?
Right. You have a move action, you just can't actually use it to move to leave your square.
Okay. So I'm going to use Noble Presence, which is a close burst 3.
Nice.
And I'm going to hit Filibuster with it. So Filibuster, you can shift up to 2 squares as a free action, and you'll get a +2 power bonus to all defenses until the end of my next turn.
Gary,
He
if
can
go ahead.
get the power bonus to defenses, but he can't move.
Oh, because he's stunned, right? Okay, and
Oh,
then
I already have. Oh, okay. Power bonus is different than the environment defense that I have.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
and it was the psychic damage that did so little, right?
Correct. It is highly resistant to psychic damage.
So I'm going to use Hand of Blight. Don't have Prime Shot. Do we currently have bonuses to attack?
It is dazed still.
It's dazed.
So
+2.
it is not dazed. Should be dazed. Pretty sure it should be dazed.
It was dazed when Griffle attacked it.
Oh no! So it should not have been dazed on Griffle's turn because when it took its turn, it took it off. No, that doesn't make any sense. Filibuster went. Yeah, so it should. Didn't you daze it on your turn, Filibuster?
Yes.
Okay, so it should be dazed. It just doesn't have the right marker.
Okay,
yeah,
so-
I was gonna ask that, but I figured you just were like, there's too many things. So I
No,
didn't.
no. It was incorrect of me.
Okay, so a +2 to attack. I will use my Fell Might, which of course means it has to hit anyway, but 33 versus Fortitude.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it's going to take 16 necrotic and psychic, but I believe, let me make sure this is right.
So because it is double typed, so it is both necrotic and psychic, it would have to be resistant to both types in order to resist
Correct.
either one.
Yes.
It is resistant to both types.
Okay. And I'm going to use my Mind Bite Scourge. So I got to add a 1d6 to that. So 18.
So a total of
Necrotic.
8 points of damage.
Total of 8, you said?
8, yes.
Okay. And let's see. It now grants combat advantage.
Flag of Shame. Okay. Is it a fear effect? It is not. It's a psychic effect. Okay.
Yep.
Where's the Flag of Shame? There it is. All right. Anything else?
Hold on a second. D8 plus 1. Okay, yeah. That's it.
One of many. Welcome to your turn. And by welcome to your turn, I mean
Lasers.
Drock, do you wish to lightning rush?
I thought I couldn't.
You can. You'll just fall in the water if you do so.
Do we know how much damage the water does?
Nobody swam around in it yet, so you're not sure.
And you said if when we enter or at the start of our turn?
Yes.
He said there's a lot of things that he said, and all of it just said once per.
I know.
Round.
Should I risk it, guys?
You have like 12 health.
You're on low health if it does.
I have
I'm
5 health.
I know I have 17.
That might kill you.
I don't think it's going to do 17 damage.
Gary, would I know?
I am going to do 17 damage because he's close enough for that.
You do not know. You know that it is painful.
It's not in the documentation.
Well, it is that there is electric, like the exact amount of electricity is not in the documentation.
I bet it does 10 damage.
Hold on. Am I still vulnerable to all damage types,
yes, you were hit with disintegration last time. So
I am not doing lightning rush.
Good idea.
Sorry, one.
It's okay.
Let's hope this hits, shall we?
slam, sleep ray. So the sleep ray is going to be, let's see. So concealment is an extra -2. So it is a total of -7 + 4 -3. So that is 23 against your will, one of many.
I succeed.
I don't know what that means. You succeed or it
I
succeeds?
succeed.
Okay.
I succeed at not falling asleep.
All right. So it gets smacked in the face. And one, take your turn.
Okay. Let's see. Let me just think about one extra little thing here. So that would not count as being hit by a charm or psychic attack, correct?
You were missed, so no.
Right.
But
Okay.
if it had hit you, then yeah.
Got you. Okay, I see how that. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So I will dishearten. Again, I feel like that is what I bring to this fight. So augment 2, and am I currently getting any bonuses?
It is dazed, so
2 to attack.
2 to hit. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
27 versus the creature's will. Is definitely going to connect for 14 -10, so 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Still alive.
And okay, so the things that I have on me that are protecting me. Protective trauma, end of my next turn. So let me let's see. I will shift to gain an AC.
AC and reflex bonus.
Yep.
Mhm.
And so wait, I'm 5 away from it right now. Is that right?
You're 4 away from it currently.
Okay. Is it? It's if I'm within 5.
Mhm.
So I'd have to get to 6.
Correct. You would need to
Okay.
get to here.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna not shift. I'm just gonna move away. All right. So that's my move and my standard, and then I think. Yeah, that'll be it. That's me. Thanks.
All right. Drock, you're up. And this one of many is keeping that attack bonus rolling.
And
You begin
that's which attack bonus is that? Sorry.
Oh, well, her attack penalty, sorry.
Oh, okay, good. Whew.
So, Drock, you begin your turn. You take 15 points of damage.
Wait, I take 15 just straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're ongoing 5 and you're vulnerable 10. So 15 at the start of your turn, and you're also being death raid or
No.
disintegration raid.
Yeah, disintegration rate.
Please, man.
No.
Oh gosh.
Did it miss?
So Gripple, your attack gets to happen first. I assume you would like to take your OA?
Definitely do.
Griffle, please kill it.
Oh!
Oh my god, what a
That's
chat.
promising.
Describe your kill.
Woo! Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm just like, I'm looking around the room. People be dying. I almost died. Everything's terrible. And I'm like, I must prove my worth. I will. Ah! And I slice my double X's one after the other, like straight through the middle of this thing.
So the disintegration ray fires wild, which would have been funny because instead of taking ongoing 15, you would have taken ongoing 33, Drock.
Oh wow.
because that last roll on the disintegration ray was serious fucking business.
Yeah.
So the thing goes wild, and the beholder kind of rocks back, whirls in the air a little bit, and then you see the levitation from the creature finally finish, and it slams down on the ground. It is very heavy, actually, and when it hits, it kind of pops open, its body not really functioning without the levitation magic keeping it afloat, and it's just this big flabby ball of very cut and torn and burned ball of flesh laying limp now on the catwalks of containment.
Sorry, Addie. Oh man, we were all so close to death. That was brutal.
Yeah, all of us.
Almost.
That was really rough.
almost.
I think I got hit once, and it was from Morin.
It was
so.
from me.
Aren't you guys sad that you didn't open up this containment door like 4 levels ago?
Oh man, would he have been lower level 4 levels ago?
He would not have been.
Oh my goodness. Wow, we would have died 8 times over, guys.
Especially if I were still
That's
the one-
very interesting. That's an interesting thing, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
it's
from,
the idea of there's benefits and negatives, right? Like if you open it earlier, then you get, assuming you survive the encounter, you get a big boon to the ship. The ship's recovery rate, it goes up significantly faster.
Oh, I forgot about that. Wow. We
The
just
whole reason we're here.
This thing is a whole 10% of ship's power, like negative 10% ship's power regained every single day.
was it
Oh.
10? I thought it was more than that.
It's 15 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to just hang on. This is my Chad moment. I have to take it. Hold up. This
Moment.
is my Chad moment. Where is it? Where is it? Oh no.
I'm going to change. So we had 1 day of 5% recovery. I'm just updating the ship's energy levels to make sure everything is right.
So guys, Addie and I are probably gonna take off here. That battle was a lot of fun though. And but yeah, I'm gonna go spend the rest of the evening with her. It was a blast, and I look forward to next week.
I'm happy
Yep.
that I almost killed all of you.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing the Beholder, Addie. Good to see you.
Thanks for
Jack.
playing, Eddie.
I'm super glad you were able to join us, and it sounded like you had fun. I hope you really had fun.
Awesome. Could have had more fun if she had murdered us, but
Yes, that is also true.
Murder.
All right. Well, it was a blast, guys. I'll probably leave myself in Discord and listen in, but probably won't interact much.
sounds
I will
good.
be
Have
playing
fun.
Genshin Impact.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
I'm going to go ahead and say take a break from the combat. We'll go for 5 minutes and then try to make it back. And right before we kind of get to everything else, I do want to show you guys, since the randomness of this monster is, it's very random. Just wanted to show you what all the I-beams were, because I think you guys still had one beam that you didn't get. So Ray 1 was our Charm Ray, was the Dominate. Ray 2, which I don't remember if we got. Well, we got a couple were Wounding Rays. Ray 3, which I know we got several of, was the Sleep Ray. Ray 4 is the Telekinetic Ray, which I don't think we got any of. The slide that would be able to pick you up and throw you into the water. The Ray 5 was the Charm or Temporal Gaze, which is the one that slows you down. Ray 6, which I don't remember how many we got, were Brilliant Beams. We got a couple of those. The Radiant Ray. Ray 7, which I know we got a couple of, was Terror Ray, which is the one that makes you run away. Ray 8, so we're on.
Mm-hmm.
Was Petrifying Ray, which we got one of, which is on Morin, and then he chose to have someone else take the damage for him, because why not be a full HP? And then the one you got, quite a few of, you got, I think 1 or 2 Death Rays, but I think only 1 connected. And then I'm not going to hit Ray 10. You guys are very aware what Ray 10 does. I'm curious what this combat would have looked like if Death Ray was Ray 10 instead of Disintegration.
Would have been shorter, probably.
Yeah. All right. So getting back from this, so you guys are able to finish off the creature. Delete him off of our map rule. And so this is the point where I'd like to do a quick handover to an explanation of something that kind of happened during last session-ish, and make sure that we're kind of all clear on for the things that happened after last session, between sessions, and then we'll go into recap, and so we can kind of get back into the story of things. So between sessions, we kind of retconned a little bit of what would have happened with the people sent to repair the ship, and the three different factions from the city, the king, the admiral, and Lady Chalna all sent representatives to Griffle, and Griffle decided to go with Lady Chalna's representative to be the one to repair the ship. And in doing so, that means that the ship is can't be moved, is out of commission, and then Selman Epithnia, who's the ritualist for Lady Chalna, is a gnome, is on board and is basically preparing for a really long ritual cast to do a modified make whole on the entire vessel. So that was something that would have been added in. She did get some limited access to be able to go around the ship and do things in order to make sure that everything is up to snuff. So from the perspective of the world, the ship will be finished repairing at the end of the day tomorrow. So tomorrow evening will be the first time that you're able to use the ship, with the today being the day after the events at Hardhome. So you guys have taken an extended rest since then. So the other thing is that over the course of the evening into the next day, there were multiple security breaches of people attempting to sneak on board the ship. And the ship had been set to teleport anyone who is not given guest permissions to security. And so right outside of the door, there is a bunch of people in security on being guarded by the golems the golems and the elementals.
So I would tell the party this while we're on our way back from Lady Chalna's, so that you're all appraised of the situation before we get back to the ship. I'm just gonna be like, so I set some security wards on the ship before we left, and we've got some uninvited guests waiting for us. One of them, though, seems to have visited our friend Al before being taken to security. I don't know about the rest of you, but I want to know why.
Do we know who they are?
Yeah, which one?
Is there a way to identify which one of them was taken to Al?
So the ship doesn't really differentiate between different intruders.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it does differentiate between different crew members because you're on the manifest, but the people outside, they're all just sort of generally labeled as intruders. I would say that the elementals are intelligent enough to be able to tell you which one it is, but the ship does not have a way of telling you that because it doesn't make any distinctions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We can find out when we get there.
Give me a second. I was trying to see if I could pop up the map for security, but I don't. Oh, there it is. All right. Go ahead, sorry.
Did I have a chance to talk to the ritualist?
So yes, you would have a chance to talk to the ritualist and have the stuff written down. We're going to do that in time, though. So you would not have had a chance yesterday to do it, because you needed to kind of get everything prepped and discuss things with the group and things like that. The assumption is that would have happened the end of day yesterday. So at some point today, the ritualist is here starting her work on deck. So you'd be able to do that sort of after this this conversation at some point.
Okay, cool.
So I deleted stuff to make my life a little easier, but you guys can bring your tokens out, assuming I brought you to the correct map, and I did. Cool. So one thing I want to make clear is just something I mentioned last time, but it is there's a little something different here. If you notice that security is kind of several different rooms. It is one map, but each of these little side areas has a door on it, and they're almost always closed. So that is the case right now. So all 4 of these rooms to the sides have been sealed shut, and that's pretty common. So this down here, this is where the people were teleported in. So this is the room that they're being held in. Specifically, the room that doesn't have, power armor and magic weapons and grenades and things in it. Not that there's any particular reason to not have those things. So in the room, kind of dominating most of the space is one of the riot suppression elementals. And it's sort of lording over the door that it would have to get out of the way if you when you guys come in. But as you come through, it'll move out into the hallway and allow you to come back in and sort of stand guard in the hall. Inside of the room, there are 2 of the mind killer golems that are sort of watching warily everyone that's there. And then you have a group of people that are huddled inside of the room. So on the kind of closer to where the golem is and closer to the entrance, you have 4 people that are sort of huddled around the floor that kind of look what you would sort of say is maybe like civilian clothing, right? None of them look like they're military. None of them look like they have magical weapons or armor. They don't look like fighters or adventurers or anything like that. They look like people that you've seen on the streets. Then you have one person who looks like they might be about 12 or 13 years old. So all of the people here are orcs. Then you have a 12 or 13-year-old that is tinkering with one of the stations. Now, the station is basically powered off. So like effectively think of like someone messing with like a keyboard and stuff that's on a computer that's off. So you can tell that he's not able to actually do anything to it, but he's more like interested in like looking at stuff and seeing how things work. And so he's sitting there, and then on the far side of the room, kind of all the way to the edge, in one of the corners, there is an orc that's sitting on a barrel that is kind of muttering to himself. He's covered in this really dingy, dirty-looking cloak, and is kind of muttering to himself and rubbing his finger on the top of the barrel that he's sitting on, kind of between his legs, just rubbing his hand along the top of the barrel. What would you guys do?
I want to out in the hallway because the riot suppression elemental is the one with riot suppression golem. Sorry, is the one who's like moderately intelligent. You said it the
first time. It's an elemental.
Huh?
It's an elemental.
It is. Okay.
I'm like 90% sure he is.
Okay. Does he have speech? Can he talk?
So this guy. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure he does.
Just not to me.
Right. Pull up my creature, Compendium, and yes, he does. He can talk. He only speaks primordial, but he can talk.
Oh, okay. So I'll like not knowing this, I will say to him in common, which of these was taken to was it primary containment?
Primary containment, yep.
Yeah.
So
and I assume he doesn't respond.
Yeah. So he doesn't respond, so I'll lean forward and repeat the question in primordial.
So the elemental responds. While he is responding in primordial, I'm not going to do an attempt at what his voice sounds like because it's like grating stones. He doesn't have like a normal type of speaking, but he can sort of make sounds that end up sounding like primordial. And it says, the one the others avoid. and then he'll sort of gesture towards the far side of the room.
The stinky guy.
Did we attempt to ask Al?
No,
No,
we
we
didn't.
didn't.
Oh, okay.
Al is really weak after the fight. Remember, we tried to talk to him and he was just like, leave me alone
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Bless
So-
you.
It's the one on the barrel in the back.
Yep.
Can we isolate him from the other group? I want to talk to him alone.
Sort of is already isolated, but yeah, you could get you could have the suppression elemental take them to the main part of the room. So again, with the idea of what this looks like, the central area of this chamber is just the teleportation pad that takes you to and from the other parts of the ship. Then you have the doors to the labs, which are sealed. And then all the other areas, like the armories and things like that, and the supplies areas, they're all like sealed off. So basically, you can take the other people and put them in the hallway with the elemental if you want to.
We should sit this guy down in lab 2 and put the helmet on his head, even though it won't do anything now. I bet it would be really intimidating.
I mean, we could take him into lab 2 and show him a dead fucking beholder.
So yeah, what's the plan?
My thought is just to be straight with him, isolate him, and be like, "What is your business visiting a Maharaji Jinn?"
So as you kind of lead everybody else out of the room, so the other 4 people that were kind of clustered on one side seem to be not necessarily happy to get out of the room per se. They still seem kind of like, oh, we're obviously being under guard and don't know what's going to happen to them. But they leave the room. The kid who is playing at the terminal does not leave the room as you tell everyone to get out.
So, but we don't know that this guy knows what Al is or anything, right? I mean,
Yeah, we could start off with like, I saw you took a little trip before you ended up here in the company of our friends here kind of angle, and just let him see if he'll talk freely. As far
Are
as
you
the
guys-
kid goes, Griffle's just gonna take him like firmly but like gently but firmly by the shoulders and like frog march him out.
So as soon as it's clear that when you touch him that you're trying to get him out, he will sort of struggle against you and say, "I not be going anywhere. You can't make me leave. Get off me!" And he like thrashes. He's not going to really get away from you because he's nowhere near your strength, but he very clearly wants to stay.
Weird. Griffle's like at a loss. Like, I'm just gonna hang on to him and be like, guys.
Crickets. What do you guys want to do?
I will remind everybody that I have no diplomacy.
I mean, he's not going to be strong enough to be able to stop you if you want to drag him out of the room and throw him out. Like,
It's just a child.
he's,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just a kid.
Is he
He's
my
made-
height?
he's like he's taller than you. So he's
Oh.
like a young teen. He's not like a little kid.
Okay. Does he speak common?
Yeah.
Has he said anything?
Yeah. He said, you can't make me leave.
Why do you want to stay?
He kind of looks at you and says, you be doing something. I know it. You're going to be doing something to my da. And he kicks Griffle's leg and tries to squirm away very ineffectively.
Oh, well, it's his dad, so like, it's his business too. I feel like.
This is your father? I indicate the guy at the back.
Yeah, that do be him. Something about this place be doing things to him. He won't be talking to me.
Ah. I look to the others and I'm like, he can stay, but I make it a question.
We don't want him here for our inquisition, no?
I, I wouldn't be calling it an inquisition in front of the kid.
I shrug.
Why did you and your father come here?
He stops squirming for a second as it looks like you guys are talking to him before pulling him out of the room. And then he says, "It do be the lights. The lights be saying that there could be something else. First thing Da had seen in a long time. Says he saw a light, and I do be thinking it's from whatever you be doing when you save the city. There be a light in the sky. Everyone can be seeing it, even through walls and buildings and other places. And even him, he be seeing it. And, well, I thought it'd be making him better. But it's made him be weird."
It's Baneslayer, right? It's Baneslayer.
I mean, seems to be an accurate description, or rather,
The light would be what he's talking about, but it sound. So was he acting weird before the light, or was he acting weird after the light, or both? I ask.
he shrugs a little bit and says, "People be treating him different for a long time, but he be having hope. Even though he's be drinking all the time, then he be seeing clearly, be seeing anything just for a moment. And I be thinking if he be seeing the light again, if we be finding it, then, well, maybe he be seeing, and if he be seeing, he not be drinking."
He's blind.
He nods.
I let the kid go, and I'm like, I give him a sort of pat on the back. I'm like, it's a faithful son who takes care of his father.
My father, before he be blind, he be a great man. He be warder in the Caledon. He says that with a certain kind of weight that he believes that it means something. Like there's an amount of pride in his voice when he says that his father was a warder on the Caledon.
Was the Caledon one of the larger ships? I can't remember.
Caledon was the spellcaster ship that you guys saw during Hardhome.
Oh, the one with all the arrow slits, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
A water. Would I know what the title water means?
Maybe. Let me look.
I did spend time on
On the Kestrel, yeah.
yeah.
So they would use a different title on the Kestrel, but I think with the context that you have, you'd be able to suss it out with the check that I made. So warder is specifically a title that only kind of exists on either very large ships or spellcaster ships like the Kestrel and the Caledon. So basically, normally you have either just the mage. If you have multiple mages, then you have someone who's in charge. It's the first mage, like Thuana. And if you have a ship full of spellcasters, typically you will have the armsman and the warder, and then you have the first mage. So the first mage is the head of the spellcasters, and then you've got the armsman, who's the head of the offensive spellcasters, and then you have the warder, who's the header of the wards and defenses of the ship.
Okay.
So the check that I made would also kind of get you that from your perspective on those larger ships, the warder and the armsman is a more prestigious position than the first mage. Usually.
Even though it's under it?
Yeah, so the first mage tends to be someone who is appointed as a kind of an administrator. So if you're not aboard the ships, it would probably be seen as a higher position. That's more pay, it's more, it's higher rank, that sort of thing. But for Griffle, because you are familiar with like serving on the ships, you know that the armsmen and the warder are merit based, right? Those are the best of the best.
Right.
The first mage tends to be appointed by someone in power. They might not, they'll always be a spellcaster, but they might be very good. They might not be very good. So because it's sort of a politically appointed role, it doesn't mean that that person is incompetent or that they're especially competent. It just means that competency is not part of the job, whereas the two people directly below them, they got those jobs on merit.
Yeah. Okay. So the way I convey this to the rest of the party is when he says water, I just say someone in charge of all of the mages protecting the ship. Very prestigious.
And kid, what's your dad's name?
He kind of scrunches his eyes. He be Argol Golgonkan.
Oh my
He was.
god.
So Argol is the
Gary,
guy's
come
first-
on.
Okay. Oh, that's a.
Argol is the
I
guy's
thought
name.
that was his. I thought it was all his first name.
Argol is his name. Yeah. So
And what's your name? I guess that's important too.
Well,
I guess.
I guess.
Pull it up 1 second. Yimdrig is the guy's name.
Yimjig.
So Yimdrig is the kid's name.
Yimdrig. How? There are no vowels in that name.
Y is sometimes a vowel.
Y is most definitely not a vowel. Okay. I will walk over to his father and just gently put my hand on his shoulder and Argol, can you hear me?
He clearly hears you, but before you even get to him, once you get to be about 5 feet away from him, he smells absolutely rancid. There is like alcohol and old vomit and body odor and maybe some sewage. You're not sure, kind of all mixed in together, and it sort of blasts you in the face when you get closer to him.
Or a 2.
Or a 2, stank.
Roll to save.
So you'll see that, and then when you get closer to him and you kind of, if you go to put your hand on his shoulder, he does sort of flinch very slightly, and he turns so you can see him, and he has this huge cloak on with a heavy hood, and when he looks toward, kind of in your direction, you can see that his face is completely covered in like grime and grit, and there are streaks of relative clean, on both sides of his face, on both of his cheeks. And you can see that around the sides of his face and in his cheeks and things like that, he has a horrific sort of starburst looking scar that both of his eyes look like they have this massive area of scar tissue around them. But there's also sort of like a pinkish color to his skin, and the skin right around his eyes where that strange sort of spreading scar looks pink and clean. And his eyes are mostly closed, like say 75% closed, and he's blinking heavily when he, kind of turns his head very slightly towards you. Like the light here is extremely bright for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's growing baby eyes.
So you put your hand on his shoulder, Argol. He looks like he tries to look up at you, and then he kind of puts his head back down, maybe like even squinting, looking up. It's still very bright in here.
But it's not actually very bright in here, right?
No.
I'll turn to Yimdrig and say, the ship told us you accessed the chamber with Al Shaib. What business did you have there?
I assume you're saying that to Argyle, the father, not the kid.
No, to the kid.
Okay, because the elemental said that it's the father that went to that got access.
Oh, I just assumed they both went. Okay, then to Argyle.
Nope, only one of them.
Okay, then to Argyle.
You be talking about whatever it is you be containing here. Yes, I be seeing it. He kind of rocks back and forth slightly. The boy be bringing me here for light. I be finding something else. I not be seeing what I want. He kind of shakes his head again, and you can see his whole body is sort of shaking. And now that you're close to him, in addition to the fact that he's, really, really dirty, you can tell that there's kind of sweat pouring down his face as well.
And what did you expect to see?
Yeah, I just be looking to see something. I thought I saw something. Being a light. Maybe it just be a flash. Be one of those things I be seeing if I can get enough drink in me. But the boy said he be seeing it too. Be thinking he could bring me here. Make me something I not be. And then, whatever that thing be, it says things to me, and now everything be hurting. Everything. You see him take one of his hands and kind of grab the other wrist, and he holds it tight and kind of rocks back and forth. His whole body is shaking.
And what do you see now?
So he kind of pulls, stops rocking for a second. He takes his hand, holds it up over his hood, kind of pulls the hood down low, and then turns his head so he's looking almost in complete darkness at you. And so the head is almost completely shrouded, and you can see him crack open his eyes a little bit. I be seeing strange things. You be goblin. I can't be seeing the others very well. You're closest to him, and you can tell with his eyes barely open and looking around, he's really struggling to see anything.
And before the light, what was the last thing you remember seeing?
Everybody be knowing that. Last thing I remember was a different light. It be a blinding light. I be serving one day, I be tossed to the streets the next. A bolt be taking me eyes, be taking me away from everything useful. And then lots of years between that and this, and everything be down. He then kind of takes his hand away from his hood, and you see him make this sort of strange gesture with his right hand. But now be a voice say, he makes a little circle on top of the barrel, and then you see the circle glow very faintly with light. And then he gets this small grin. Now there be a voice saying, maybe I be finding something not be in a bottle. Not be decided yet. You be tricking. Maybe be wanting me things. Not sure. But it all hurts. You see him kind of clench his teeth, and his whole body gets racked with this, not quite seizure, but heavy shakes.
I'll say in telepathy, any ideas?
So I'll turn to Yimdrig and say, how did you get your father aboard the ship?
He shrugs. I be having to help father, having to help him be doing anything. He can't see, couldn't cast anymore. The boat that took his eyes took his magic too. And he be not seeing, not functioning. But I be grown. I be making all kinds of things for him, be finding works and finding foods and drink. But then I knew I could be here. I be harder having a time getting him to follow me out of the city than it'd be getting on your ship. When I got close, there'd be a circle, something I recognized. It'd be some sort of, well, I thought it'd be a welcome, but then it brought me here and everything told me not to move.
Where was this circle?
That one, it's a defense mechanism for the ship, sort of. And Griffle looks a little bit sheepish. A bit of a trap, actually. It looks like a teleportation circle, as if the ship would welcome them on board, but then just takes them to security.
This is something you set up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I didn't. If anyone got curious, I didn't want them poking around the ship without being detained.
But
Word
when
is-
the thing, it be taking me here, but then my father, I thought he'd be with me, but he wasn't. Instead, he be there but gone, and smoke and heat. And then he be coming back and saying strange things. He be saying all kinds of strange things, and then he be mad and quiet.
What did he say?
How long was he gone?
So as he says this, you hear Argol kind of growl under his breath. You be quiet, boy. And then he immediately snaps his mouth shut.
Can I hand Argol a healing potion of healing?
You can.
And say your experience is something many of us have had, and the entity you encountered is I call him a friend, but he can be intimidating at first glance. The more we know about your encounter, the more we can help you.
He takes the potion and kind of flips it over in his hands. They be giving me all kinds of things be like this. I had money, I did. Had money before they did things that be turning me into something useless. But none of their magic, none of their alchemy could help me. I couldn't feel anything before. Even with my eyes be taken, if my magic... He shakes his head, puts the potion down. But your friend be different. He be whispering things to me that be impossible. Say he be able to give my sight back. And I be seeing, at least to a certain way. And then he does that little circle again on the barrel, and you see a little flash of, a little glow of light. And he does that same sort of almost smile. And he be giving me something. It might not be much, but be more than I've been doing for a long time. This be different. But it's like he be giving me a single drop when I ask for a glass, and he be taking things from me, not telling me why. I be less than when I went in, even if I be feeling more.
What did he take?
So he sort of rocks back and forth. I be not knowing, but I feel it. There be a comfort in things. Comfort find in a bottle. Comfort be found in poultice. Comfort be found in many things. But now, I be thinking about them things and nothing, and my body, it be... He's kind of clawing at his arms a little bit. It'd be like something trying to tear me apart. It'd be things under me skin. And I feel cold, but I be sweating. It's like I be cursed.
Okay. Al?
He doesn't
Um,
respond.
Gary, from what we know, would Argyle have a spirit attached to him?
What do you mean by that?
What's the name of the spirit that people bond with in the Reach?
A
A
lyric?
primal spirit.
Yeah, would you have a
No.
lyric?
Not a lot of people have those. So that's not like super rare, but reasonably uncommon. With Griffel's description, he could be a powerful enough caster to have a lyric, or where it'd be much more likely for him to have a lyric, but it's not a guaranteed thing. So
Argyle, what exactly did Al
Okay.
Shaib say to you? And what exactly did you say to him?
You be knowing the name. That be the name it gave me. I be thinking it was a dream. It'd be something else, or another one of these tricks you be playing. But it said to me, and they could take from me the things that be holding me back. Could give me something of what I used to be. Could bring me in. But I had to give it all I was. Say I would let it be free. But I be only seeing well when it wanted me to see it. What sort of pact I be making? What sort of thing, a terror I be freeing? Do I even want to be it? Is it worth it? He makes that little circle in the barrel again and it lights up.
Do I recognize that circle? Is it distinct in any way, I guess, is the main question.
I don't have your token. Could you put your token
I can
on
drop
that?
it. Yeah.
Please. You are trained. So you would recognize it. Basically, it is for ritual casting. When you're learning basic ritual casting, it is the simplest, most basic exercise of how to create a simple ward. So this is the essence of a ward. There's no target for it. There's no kind of power that really goes into it. But this is the core sort of principle of you create a closed off space, you put a little bit of power into it. That's a ward. And then all the other lessons that you learn on how to ritual cast and how you do that is expanding on it. So this is like the beginner exercise that you would do if you were first learning how to cast a warding.
So it's almost like a tick. Like he's like, why can I do this? Basically, is the.
So is it that is he successfully like doing this ward exercise, or is it just like flickering out on his attempt? There's like a spark, but not an actual flame of magic.
So he looks like he's succeeding at it.
Okay.
It's not a very strong word that he's creating, but it is working. So he looks like he's successfully creating wards that basically immediately fall apart, but he's going through all the steps to make it work, and he is empowering it with enough energy that it does actually function for a second.
And Argyle, when you promised, or whatever words you used, I'm still unclear on that, by the way.
It be a pact. I be saying I give it my word. I be making a pact with this thing, and I not be knowing what it is. But I be seeing it. Seeing anything.
Did you see something wrong?
So he gives you this sort of broken tooth smile. I couldn't be seeing anything wrong. I've not been seeing anything for years.
Okay, well, that didn't trigger any thoughts in his head.
Captain Filibuster, a small experiment. Could I ask you to step outside of the room for just a moment?
Sure.
When Philly steps out, I want to see if he's still squinting.
He is.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's squinting because he's got new eyeballs and everything is bright when you have not seen. forever.
Right. I was thinking about possibly Bane's. Okay, I'm like, come back now.
So I will say that you guys have been close enough to him, and you guys are observant enough to recognize the fact that his like the scarring and stuff around his face, the way that he's looking at things, the way that you're able to look at him, it does look like maybe someone's been recently healed from a really bad injury that has that same sort of that sort of pink new healing look that you saw with Hatterai.
Yeah.
One of the other things that you'll notice is one, he seems like, from everything you can tell, from everything everyone else can tell, he looks physically okay, but there's something maybe mentally wrong with him.
Mm. Hmm.
So when Al healed Hatterai, Hatterai wasn't like immediately better. He was like kind of a little better, but still like really atrophied, and he needed time to like recover from the healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
still-
will.
He's still not what you would call agile, but Hatterai can like mostly walk around, just he can't walk for like long periods of time.
Whereas like before, he just really couldn't walk at all.
Right.
I remember we had to carry him to the ship, so
Correct.
yeah. Okay, so I will like, if it's room, I'll like sit down on the barrel next to Argol, and I'll be like, I have some experience with these things. And while I cannot say for sure, I think that he has given you more than you think. It may just take some time, that's all. And can I make a heal check on him to see if I can figure out if he's going to get any better than what he is? Like his eyesight, his like, yeah.
Sure. 1 second. So you can tell one that from what you can tell of his eyes and from the scar and stuff that he has, you think that it's very likely that that is going to continue to recover. But as you get close to him, when you touch him, when you're really next to him, the shaking that he's doing and the like ticks and like the tearing at his arms and stuff, you can see that there are a couple of like small cuts and things on his arm and on the tops of his legs where he's like dug his fingers into his body, and the amount that he's sweating is heavy enough that he's probably going to need to drink a bunch extra to not get really dehydrated pretty soon. Like you know that heavily sweating for long periods of time can actually be a danger on the open sea when you're out in the sun doing stuff on deck all day. So that looks like it is actually going to be a problem for him. But as you're sort of examining him and seeing what's going on with him, the way that he's talked about things actually lines up with something you've seen before, usually from sailors that are in port for a little bit too long and then they get sent out to sea. There's what's called the land gills. So basically people that are sailors that decide that when they have their time on shore leave, they're just going to drink themselves into a stupor and get into fights and that sort of stuff. And then when they leave port and they don't have any alcohol anymore, they have this condition that makes them sweat and shake and freak out a little bit. And oftentimes they'll get kind of weaned off of alcohol and then be kind of okay. But the immediate effect is pretty bad.
Right.
It's just a combo.
Right. Effectively, what Foxy would know this as is this is withdrawals. Like he's actively going through withdrawals. Your character would kind of vaguely recognize the symptoms, but wouldn't use the same terminology.
Okay. So telepathically, I want to say to the rest of the party, I have a strong suspicion that he's going to get a lot better, and that his recovery would be benefited by being away from any source of intoxicant. And if, as his son says, he was in fact the warder of a mateship, his service might be valuable to us as a crew member. I think it might be a good deal for us. Al has obviously accepted him.
Yimdrig, where do you have a house or a family?
So he shrugs. We be having a house. We be living in many places now. But, you know, it be hard times. We'll get our house soon.
And when you saw that first light together, you and your, I'm gonna be kind of rude, but your did you see a symbol of any kind? And then, like, I guess I have. Like, can I hold up a blood apricot? It looks something kind of like this.
He nods along. A hand be holding a thing, and on the hand there be a chain, it be broken. I thought it'd be a sign that the chains that be holding Da down may be broken by the light. It's why I brought him here. I thought it'd be better, but he'd be worse. He'd be talking to you more than he'd be talking to me, and just look at him. I tried to be getting him things, and he pulls out from his pocket a small glass bottle, but he almost be breaking it. Throw it away. Why he be throwing away a perfectly good bottle of rum? I be doing many things to get him for this for years. You can tell he's both confused and frustrated and angry.
Well, Yimdrig, this is hard to say, but often things get more difficult before they get better, and I think we're on the upturn for you. We're in the worst of it.
I think, and I say this like as I try to take the bottle out of his hands. I'm like, I think your father won't be needing or wanting this anymore, but he will still need you.
So when you hold it, because you're a little bit in my head, the mental image of my head is that you're a little bit closer to Argyle still than the kid is. When you take the bottle, you can see Argyle kind of flinch back from it, and he doesn't look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tuck this away and probably just dispose of it later.
Argyle, if you could eat anything in the world right now, what would you eat?
He that kind of snaps him out of his sort of ticks for just a second. If I could be eating anything? Well, the boy is a good boy. He be getting me muscles. I know they be expensive, but if I could have his mother's muscles once, they be the best. And he kind of then goes on a sort of a weird side rant about like the correct amount of cooking, that it's not going to be too slimy. It's not going to be like it's something that you can tell is kind of important to him. And even talking about it, you can tell it's something that is diverting his energies and his attention to the point of he talks a little bit more normally when he's doing this. Like there's a little glimmer of normalcy when he talks about it.
Gary, does our food table produce anything like a Star Trek table?
It's not quite that good, but yes.
Oh, okay. Could I give him muscles? Is that like if I walked him to the feast room?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will.
Just before you go, I want to say like, maybe we could wait to see if he gets better and offer him. If he does, we could potentially offer him a spot on our crew. But maybe just for now, just keep him distracted.
That's what the food is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, when sorry, Lauren, when he said mother's muscles, I was like, oh. Great. I will ask him if he wants to come with me, and I can get him some muscles. Maybe not as good as mother's muscles.
So when he said that,
Uh,
although it's probably not super relevant, he was talking about the boy's mother. So maybe his
Yeah.
wife's cooking.
I'm assuming his wife has passed, but I won't inquire.
So yeah, he kind of goes away. You kind of lead him away. I will say, in order for the interest of time, that basically everybody else who's on the ship, there's a couple of kind of petty thieves that were here just trying to see what they could lift, and it would be easy to let them go or to give them to guards or whatever you would like to do. So I would be curious what you do for there. They are everyone except for the two of them is either someone who's holding fast to, I did not know that that's what that circle did. I just wanted to look at the ship and see if we could get a side of somebody. But two of the people you can tell were probably here to lift things, but are going to kind of fess up to it because they've been held under guard by these powerful creatures for like several hours and are more terrified of just getting out of here than they are like of what'll happen to them if they don't leave this area than being dishonest.
I've got to say, the circle said welcome. I am not surprised that some people were confused about what happened after they stepped on that circle.
Well, perhaps they shouldn't have been on the ship in the first place. That's all I'm saying.
They weren't on the ship. There was just a circle outside that said welcome.
It's on
Gary,
the ship.
to the
They
ones
have
that
to-
are
they
honest,
have
let's
to-
assume that I'm still
they
interacting
have to
with
board
them.
the ship before the circle appears. That's the condition. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like 10 feet away from the ship. There's a circle.
Yeah, I thought it was just on the ground
deck.
nearby.
No, it's
No,
on
no.
the deck. They have to have been on the ship already. And I just laid a little trap. It's fine.
A little trap. Gary, to the ones that were honest, the two that were honest, can I ask them, like, what did you think you were going to get? Or why are you even here?
I mean, the thing is going to be like, look at this place. It'd be full of things. And he kind of like points to a couple of like random objects on the walls. And it's just like, I don't know what that is, but I'd be selling it for a lot. I mean, these are, you left a giant magical ship, some like parked someplace. And some people were like, I bet I could steal something from that. And it doesn't really matter what it is. It'll probably be valuable.
Yeah.
But both of the people that sort of self-identify as like, we were just trying to lift something. We do not want to die. We weren't going to hurt anybody. We are very sorry.
I reckon we let those ones go.
Are you in need in any way?
I mean,
No, you can't know, because of course they're
I was
going to
gonna
say
feed
yes.
'em.
Oh, look, we're so hungry. Of course
Yes.
they're gonna.
I could feed the two honest ones at least.
you don't get the impression that any of them are dishonest, right? So to be clear, like you had 6 people, you had 4 people that were there. 2 of them admitted to be thieves. 2 of them basically just said, we were curious. Like, we weren't here to steal anything. We just wanted to be on the ship because it was cool.
Gary, I'm going to turn this into my first religious meeting. I'm taking all of these people to get food.
Cool.
I'm laying down the law. This is when Jesus gains his first disciples. These are my disciples.
So, Griffle, are we to believe that Al-Shaib was able to take this warder from the trap that you set into his chamber before the ship was able to reroute him?
It appears so, yes. It seems he went straight from the teleportation circle to Al.
Al-Shaib seems to be taking many of our guests to form these pacts of freedom with him.
I think Drock would ask, because we sort of did some slight discussions thing of why this one? Why not the others?
Seems he is very powerful.
Well, it seems like he likes to prey on the weak or people who
People who
wanting.
are desperate for something, desperate enough that they would promise him anything in return.
Yes. Hmm.
So you guys head up top. You go and get the your six guests meals, and all of them think that the table is like the most amazing thing they've ever seen, probably except for Argyle. Argyle maybe has been on a ship with one of these before. The other five of them think this thing is, a marvel. They can just like think something and they'll get something generally close to what they were thinking about as food. It's not as specific as like it's not called a replicator. Is it? Whatever the thing is from Star Trek. You can't be that specific with it, but hey, if you say I want a meal of mussels, it'll actually do that. It might not taste exactly right or be the right type of mussels or whatever, but it'll get it within the ballpark.
It doesn't just rain a multitude of dead birds onto you when you ask for food.
Do that either, weirdly. Everything has its flaws. So while this is going on, so Selman and her people are around the ship that are marking things on the ship. They're creating ritual circles. They're kind of cordoning things off. And to be clear again, Selman is a gnome. The others are all orcs. Again, in this city, the vast majority of the population is orcish. So that it's going to take them a significant amount of time. But Morin, did you want to try to, or anyone really, did you said you wanted to try to talk to Selman about the markings?
I did. So I know who it is, right?
Who Selman is?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the only gnome in a wizard robe wandering around the deck side with chalk, yelling at people. She stands out.
Okay. So I'm trying to think. Would I have written down the ritual that I saw in El Shaib?
So you can. You'd said at the time that you saw it that you did want to make notes after you got out of the realm from the beginning. So I'm assuming you have those notes. The question that I would have for you is kind of, do you want to show your journal entry? Do you want to write it out somewhere else? Do you want to...
I want it without context.
Yeah. So, if you take it out of the journal, that'll remove some of the context. Would you scramble it around a little bit? Like, how would you, because you can't really read, the letters, but you can't really read the ritual stuff because it's in a form of primordial you don't know.
Right.
How would you go about doing that? Would you just kind of leave it intact but take it out of your journal? Would you kind of break it up a little bit? Like, what would this look like if you were going to have her see it?
Since I can't read it very well, I don't think I would know how to break it up in such a way that the individual parts would still be legible. So I'd probably just have the whole thing.
Okay. And so so he has a bunch of little, it's not like one long sentence. Like it's not like a normal, I don't want to say normal. It's not like a simple ritual circle or simple binding where it's basically you make a circle and you write along the edge of the circle. And that's the binding. He had tons of different words and different bindings on him that would be little pieces. Would you kind of have it as one big block of text, or would you break it up? Like, or would you give her one of the words?
So I remember you saying that there was a particular one where it seemed like the binding was binding Al Shaib to himself.
Yes, the one that's on his heart.
Yes. So I would want to. That's the one that I want to ask her about.
Okay.
Because that's the one that that I don't recognize at all, right?
Yeah, that's the one that you got basically nothing other than you could tell, not from the words, but from the way the magic was, that it was binding to itself.
And I can recognize that a lot of the other things on him are bindings of other people's or markers of their pacts with him.
Some of them are, but most of the bigger stuff on him isn't marks with other people. It is binding on him. So let's say he has 100 bindings on him. say 75 of those are the wards that are individual things that are binding him, and maybe like a dozen of the wards that are on him are the like inside of his body, the ones that are carved on the bones of his legs and on his ribs and onto his heart. Like there's maybe a dozen of those that are not around him but actually carved into him. And then you have 10 or 12 or so that look different. Like some of them aren't even in the same language. The one that's on his neck, for example, that you saw is an Elven. Right. So those are sort of separate. The ones that are bindings of him to other people, those are easier to translate and easier to kind of understand what they do.
Yes. Right. Okay. So they're not all the same binding though at these different locations on his ribs and his legs.
They all seem to be different, yeah.
And do I recognize them as sharing the same language?
Yes. So all 75 of the main bindings on him are all written in some ancient form of primordial.
Right. Okay. So then I'm just going to take the one that's on his heart.
Okay. And she's on deck, kind of motioning around, doing things. Are you going to kind of bring it to her? Are you going to pull her aside? How are you going to approach her?
What's her title?
A ritualist. So her actual title is ritualist.
Okay. So I will start walking towards her and I'll say, Ritualist Selma, if I may have a moment of your time.
Selman, by the way.
Selman.
I'll not talk as the beholder anymore, thank you.
Shit, he's still alive.
So
also, I love that he would be like Clippy, auto-correcting. It's Selman, actually.
So you say Ritualist Selman. She stops kind of ordering people around. She takes a piece of chalk that she was sort of gesturing with like a wand, slips it into like a holder that she has. You think what I think of, if I say coin, like coin dispenser on a belt, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So she has one of those, but instead of having pulling coins, it's got a bunch of different colored pieces of chalk. And so she takes the piece of chalk she was using and slips it into one of the slots, and then takes a board with a pen on it that she was holding and kind of sets it off to the side. She doesn't stand quite at attention, but she very much makes it clear that she's stopping what she's doing and devoting her attention to you. Mm-hmm. And yes, sir.
So I'll motion for her to follow me because I want to go to the captain's room.
Okay.
Because I think I'm going to. What was that?
I'm asking the rest of the party. Is everyone with Morin when he's kind of bringing this up to her?
Sure.
I am.
Okay.
I would. Well, I guess unless I'm eating. I guess I would be eating with people. Never mind. No. I wouldn't be.
Okay, so you can take her into the mess where the dining area is, where they are, if you want to be with them, or you could take into the captain's quarters if you want. Although I imagine if you take her into the captain's quarters, at bare minimum, Griffel is probably going to go with you. Is that assumption correct?
I have no
correct. Yes.
Yeah. I have no qualms about other members of the party coming with. I just don't want to necessarily be around other people who might be listening.
Okay. So definitely in the quarters and not into the mess. Gotcha.
Yes. Especially because I think it would be pretty cool to sit at the captain's command chair.
Yep.
And use that. Ritualist Selman, I have been working on this ship for some time, developing various rituals of binding for the elementals that we have on board this ship. And I would be honored if you would take a look at some of the rituals I have been working with.
Of course, yes, would be able to do things. Knowing, of course, that I'm not fully aware of your schematics and things like that, I have not been given access. Not that I'm asking for more, but my understandings of things is incomplete, and I might not be as much of a help with the limited understanding of your ship. But if you've got some rituals, things to look at, I can tell you what I know and what I might be able to help with, of course.
And real quick, Gary, the riot suppression elemental and the other elementals downstairs, they do have bindings on them that I was able to perceive, right?
Yeah, they have more like common traditional bindings, things that you would expect.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, of course, if you need to see a prototype, I would be willing to show you. But here, and I show her the piece of paper. What do you make of this particular binding ritual?
And so she takes the thing and sets it kind of on because the captain's area has a table as well. So I assume you'd be having this conversation around the captain's command table, because that's where the
Yes.
chair is.
Yep.
So she takes it, sets it down, and then she sort of slaps her clipboard onto the table, and then takes her pen or her sort of pen or pencil that she's holding, and grabs it in both hands and kind of makes a twisting motion with the pen, and says, "Damn it! I don't know if I'm going to want to fuck him blind or kill him, but I'm terribly sorry. This is very unprofessional of me. I didn't know. I didn't know you were given this." She looks very flustered, and then kind of pushes it back towards you. It's not a binding. And she kind of grabs hold of her head and rubs her eyes. I'm sorry. There may have been a little bit of misunderstanding. I don't think that is a binding. I do not think it's very useful. And I apologize for any inconvenience my husband might have caused you. It's a prank. It's not meaning anything. And Lady Chalna does not know about these things. She turns away from you to Griffle and says, it won't be a distraction from the repairs of the ship."
Wait, hold up. So you just showed her the binding that was on Al's heart, and she
Yes.
just
Did you get my telepathic message?
sorry, no, I didn't. I've stepped away from my PC.
So telepathically, I told you to lock the door.
Oh, yes, I will have complied, yes.
Crap, I'm forgetting what it was called. Kylie, what was it that Al said tricked him?
Oh,
An Ifrit?
Ifrit, yeah.
Okay. What does this mean?
She sort of shrugs. I don't know what it means. He spent a lot of money on it, trying to figure out what all those things meant, and brought us near to ruin. We wasted a fortune, got sent out here into the ass end of nowhere. We're always freezing all the time and having to do crazy things, but it's just a bit of fun. I know that you saw him, and I apologize that he's played this trick on you, but they weren't anything. They didn't turn out to be anything. Nothing powerful, just something he uses as a bad joke. Love him and hate him for it.
You say you know this was done by your husband?
Yes. I did a sending after everything yesterday. I was terribly worried about him, and he told me that you came to his ship. Well, I mean, I guess I have to assume that it's you. This place, she kind of like looks around, gestures vaguely to the ship. It's pretty distinguishing. And then he said that you had gone off to go and deal with some dangers, and that the captain didn't really know if that's actually what was going on, but it was worth the wait at least. And when I told him that you'd come here and saved everything, he got really weird about things. So we're all grateful here, all grateful for whatever you did. I don't know if we'd all be around, but maybe he didn't know when he gave you this that it would be so awkward. The more that she talks, the more you can see her like blushing and just being very uncomfortable.
What is your husband's name?
So she gets a strange look. My husband's Physic. He's the beacon pilot on the flotilla.
Your husband did not give us this rune.
Oh, Oh, well, of course. No. She kind of grabs at the piece of paper that she pushed away and had slightly crumpled it when she threw it away, and she kind of flattens it out. No, of course. No, obviously not. That would, well, I did help. I did help him translate some things, but I was never really proficient in the language. I recognize, of course, the runes. This is primordial, but it's older. I can recognize, and she kind of points at a couple of the markings. I recognize these pieces here and here. This is about heart and greatest desires, and I've only. They didn't turn out to be. Oh, this is really embarrassing. Well, so he found a book. We found a book that was full of strange writings, ancient primordial writings, and they were written in such a way that it looked like it was going to be rituals. It could be great power, lost arts. And after significant time and money, we were able to translate some of them, and the writing. It wasn't normal prose, but they were romantic compositions, and so I recognize a couple of these: the heart and the binding and the desire.
Competitions? You mean like competitive kissing or something?
No, compilations. They were romantic writings that we had assumed might have been powerful rituals, but it was a book of poetry or of some kind, but it was quite lewd. And so I had thought, incorrectly, apparently, that he likes to sort of joke about all of our misfortune, all the things, all the time and energy and money that I've spent, and all the years that I've wasted on that stupid book, and sometimes he will send through people that we would both contact a few lines from the old book, and I understand. I do love him for it in certain ways, but it is very frustrating. And I thought this was one of those examples, and it obviously is not. But I am sorry. My husband would know more, would be able to translate better. But I words.
Where is your husband now?
Oh, he's last I know, he was on the flotilla. He's needed there for the beacons. With Leviathan activity as it is, I don't expect he's going to be coming back anytime soon.
And what can you tell us that this rune says? We apologize if it offends your sensibilities, but it is very important to us.
I don't know much. Like I said, my husband, it was his passion, and even after we were able to figure out that these would be useless, he kept translating. But this bit here, this is talking about a heart or a core of a being or something like that, the most precious. And then in this bit here, she points to another set of lines. This is something that we saw a lot. It's the thing that you most desire. This is attachment of some kind. And then these things down here is, well, some of the more explicit poetry had relationships that were more like these, where there is this word here, always in conjunction with this word here. And we think that one of them is like master and servant, but not in the traditional way. Her whole face is just crimson.
Griffle, the character, has no idea what she's on about. Foxy, the player, though.
It's in-world sex tech.
Right?
Now, I would say that you guys would be knowledgeable enough, right, that her exposure to this language seems to have been through romantic writing. So while she might understand some of the words or be able to translate a couple of words here and there, the context is unlikely to be the same.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Do you still have your copy of this book?
of
And
course,
would you be willing to lend it or sell it to me?
I would be willing to sell it to you, and the payment would be that a certain agreement, I guess, that a particular conversation never occurred, specifically this one.
Of course.
Excellent. And if we did not translate everything, of course, or at least I didn't, the original copy will be with Physic, and he tinkers with it occasionally while he's at sea. But I do have a copy that has a significant amount of translations on it, and he would be able to help you further. Once, of course, I have your ship back up and operational. By the way, that's going excellently. The men that I've brought are very capable and are able to see that the damage to the ship is mostly superficial. And then she kind of goes off on explaining what she's doing in great detail with the ship, very clearly trying to get away from the subject.
Mm-hmm.
We will help her out by just being like nodding along, letting her explain, and be like, seems like you are doing a masterful job, Solomon.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. Well,
Selman, we are familiar with rituals. However, we are newer to this familiarity. Do you know, how can one tell if a ritual, a binding, is maintained in good status? How would one tell if a binding is weakened?
Well, and she kind of adjusts herself slightly as, getting into a topic that we're not discussing, the stuff with her and her husband. Oh, well, it depends on the type of binding. Weakening bindings can be in all kinds of different ways. I am not an expert on binding and warding magic. It is not something that I tend to focus on. I prefer things that are creation and abjuration, things that can make something physical, tangible, useful. But there are some bindings and things that I do use in my work. And typically when they are beginning to fail, there is a certain amount of stress. The best way to tell is to connect yourself with the magic, ideally of your own make, or at least the originator's make. And they would be able to sense up a tension in the binding, in the warding. And if failing that, you don't have the ability to do so, there are energy readings, there's spells and rituals and things that can give you more direct answers on whether something is failing, assuming, of course, it's not cloaked or warded or prevented from having those things done to it. And then the most sort of straightforward way is if the binding or warding is especially complex, they're built with fail-safes. You don't want a warding to fail just the first time something happens and not know that it's going to go from fully functional to non-functional. And so you build redundancies in proper wardings. Again, I'm not very familiar on how they work, but say you have a ward that would prevent a ship such as this from being struck by lightning. You would want to make sure that that warding has multiple instances of markings to show that if it could take 4 lightning strikes, if it had taken 2 lightning strikes, maybe 2 of the 4 runes on the interior of the ward would be dark, so that you would know it would need to be recharged before struck again or struck 2 more times. Without knowing the specific warding, I don't know. And again, it's not my expertise, but if you have a specific warding, I do know people that I would be able to ask those questions to, but that is the best answer I can give.
Thank you, Selman.
Right. And so happy to do whatever, but there is work needs to be doing. She gathers her clipboard and her pen back up and says, I plan to see this thing back up and working by the end of the day tomorrow. She kind of pulls one of those pieces of colored chalk out of her belt So I, with your permission, with your leave, of course, I'd like to get back to my duties.
Of course, ritualist. I appreciate your candor, your time.
She doesn't quite run from the room, but you've not seen a woman power walk harder.
Well, she was nice.
We may have a dictionary now. Begin assembling an understanding of the bindings on Al-Shaid.
So, what to next?
Did she give me the
She doesn't have the book on her, no.
Okay.
She will come and basically she'll say she'll bring it to you tomorrow. She has it at home. When she goes home from the day, she'll get the book and then bring it back. So what do you guys want to do? So effectively, you guys have about a day of downtime. If there is something you want to do in the city, if you guys wanted to shop or do anything else, there is some kind of agreements on money and things. Hopefully, you're able to see the update on Superstition's End because I was incorrect. I forgot to do the bonus for what the ritualist gets for using her people. So in Superstition's End in the channel, there is a explanation of how much the repair is going to cost for the ritualist. Do you want to spend the full amount from the reserves to repair Griffle?
Let me take a closer look because I don't remember how I did look at the update, but I don't remember how it panned out.
So the long and short of it is you guys have about 205,000 gold worth of reserves for repairing the ship. And if you spent all of the base materials to repair the ship, it'd be about 65, a little less than 65,000 gold of that. You'd have 140,000 left for repairs if you spent the whole amount, or you can spend some amount of extra money or trying to get money from the workers and things like that.
Do we have like any shared funds that we could pull from to like compensate for that, or no?
Not really. The group does have a shared amount of money, but the shared amount of money you guys have is pretty small comparatively.
I have no monies.
The group currently has about 10,000 gold, a little less.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably worth using the full amount. We want to get the thing up and running at like ideally I want the ship at like its full capacity as quickly as possible. So
okay.
Yeah. So we have no idea what we're going to be running into.
So basically you guys are going to be about 60 grand in the hole. So you have to come up with about 60,000 gold from somewhere in order to pay for the ritualist.
Can't we use the residuum?
So the residuum is going to take care of the base materials, and then the ritualist wants, like you have to pay for the ritualist's time, right? So the ritualist has a team of people that have like an hourly rate, and they're going to do the thing. So the raw material to repair the ship, that comes from the repair engines, and that comes from your 205,000. But you need to actually pay the workers who are doing the work. And there's a charge for them repairing the ship at all.
Can we pay them in residuum?
You can't pay them because the residuum for the ship, part of the reason that it is so good and it's so valuable for doing what it does is that it's specifically for make whole. It's specifically for the task it's being used for.
What happened to how grateful everybody was for us saving their lives?
I'd like to point out we used to have a 3D printer in the basement.
So the other thing is that like you can definitely do that, right? They're like, hey, you guys said that you'd help me with things, but everyone's kind of been like, oh, we'll do these things. We have to, get paid and survive. So initially you guys were like, we don't need a reward. You know, we're here to do our own thing.
I never said that.
No,
Wait,
we
wait,
said
wait.
the
Yeah,
only
I was
reward
under
we
the
wanted-
assumption
I
that
specifically told both the king and the admiral.
Yep.
Mhm.
I am
we also
looking-
said that we would seek out like payment so we could at least cover repairs and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the deal. Is that like we wouldn't ask for a reward above what is required to repair the ship.
Correct. So again, I was just saying that you guys weren't given anything immediately that you could then turn into, okay, this is money to do the thing. You have to kind of have that extra step of like, all right, well, we have the repair bill now, and it needs to be paid for something. And
We need to invoice it to the.
pretty much.
Okay.
So I kind of want to leave it up to you guys how you want this to be handled. I would like to kind of get back into the action of moving the story forward a little bit here, and I don't want to dig real deep into the politics here. I think the sort of broad strokes of politics that we're doing has been good. So what I might want to do is just something real quick between sessions of like, hey, who are you trying to get to pay for things, and then maybe a couple of rolls and seeing sort of what you get from it. I will say that by baseline, they are like somebody in the city, regardless of how you do this, is going to pay to have the ship repaired. That is going to be done. And then depending on kind of what you do for it, you might be able to also get the crown to pay for, because the king was the one that mostly had offered to pay for things. You can get the crown to pay for the ship, no problem. The question is whether you can get the crown to pay for the crew if it's not going to be the crew supplied by the king. That's going to be the tougher sell. So what I would kind of like to do with that is just do something between sessions where we talk a little bit like, hey, here's the plan, rather than taking a bunch of session time up with going and meeting people and arguing about prices and things like that. I just don't find it's very dramatically interesting if there's not going to be a part 2 of being in the city and doing stuff.
Roll to haggle.
If the roll to haggle, like, and what you get from it is kind of like in the Vampire Court, where it was part 1, and then the next part was like using that goodwill or bad will, or using the favors and things to actually do things in court. I thought was fun. I don't really want to do that here because I don't think it's going to be interesting dramatically to kind of go that way. Especially just because, I mean, the city is so heavily in your debt that it's not going to be, there's not a lot of interesting failure points. So I think you guys are going to succeed very well, and kind of how much you succeed is not something that I think is worth the time spending a bunch of time in Endgame. So I'd like to do that between sessions a little bit, and then we can kind of go from there. But with the assumption that some amount of your downtime is going to be getting them to pay for the ship, and then possibly getting them to pay for the crew, and possibly getting extra rewards on top of it. What does the group want to do? You guys are in a bigger city for a couple of days. What's the plan?
Had we talked about going and meeting the first mage again?
You have talked about that. That is an option. So I want to get sort of a list of what the group has to do, and then kind of go from there. So go talk to the first mage is first as one of the things on the list. What else? What other options of things that you guys have to do once the ship is repaired, or during your downtime? I might call a little bit on one because I know she takes good notes.
I mean, we could kind of follow up on the sending with Marie a little bit, although we can't really act on it at this point. I wanted to do some shopping, but we can do that between session.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Drock put the stuff that he wanted to do?
In prosperity.
Prosperity. He had
Oh, it was just further
Emmett's-
back than I thought. Yeah.
yeah. Fighting the kid in Emmett's Rest, his dad, investigating the storm.
But he didn't have anything specifically while we're in Hardhome.
No.
So when I talked to him a little bit, I kind of was talking about like stuff that you could do between sessions. The whole shopping thing is on the list, but that'll be once we figure out kind of how much extra money you guys have. And then, because I do kind of want to resolve that arc, and I do need to do some stuff on my side for it. That there is that, but there is also at some point there is the you got sending to Marie, and Marie, you guys know that at some point Baron Ferneau wants you to come and give some sort of report of what you guys are doing. You've now been in the Reach for several days of doing things, although the message didn't seem like it was super urgent. That is something you need to eventually do, and that is something that you don't need the ship to do, because you know he's going to pay for a spin from Hardhome or something like that. You could spend from Hardhome to him, but that does mean that you guys are leaving your ship here, which might not be either. It would be something that only some of the people in the party would go, or you'd be leaving the ship open for whatever else to happen to it.
Just put out another welcome, Matt.
Not that the ship is unable to protect itself, but you guys have not left the ship in sort of a populated area for any amount of time, but like unattended.
Yeah, I think the Golden Lion, Drax putting in the chat, I think the Golden Lion was kind of the main thing that we had here to tie up, because we really don't know exactly why our visions referred us to the flotilla. It might be because of Physic and his ritual knowledge, but
Did she say what ship he was on?
he was on the flotilla. He was the...
Yeah.
So I would say that also, one, it's your vision, right, that you had?
Yep.
So when she starts talking about him and stuff, you know that the gnome that gets talked about in your vision was named Physic.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're on the Golden Lion.
No, the flotilla that we went to before we came to Hardhome. The fishing.
Oh, the
flotilla?
fishing flotilla. Okay.
So Physic was the beacon operator from my vision, but he wasn't central to the vision.
So did we meet him?
No.
I don't think we
Okay.
talked to him. And after some of the other visions, the rods went cold, and I don't think that my rod went cold after. So I feel like there's a loose end with my vision still.
While that is correct, there is going to be a thing where the rod is going to go cold at some point during today, effectively. The same day you fight the beholder. So
Okay.
in the afternoon, that is going to happen. And I guess we can sort of try to resolve that a little bit now. Of the question that I have for you as a group is, I'm still not completely happy with the written version of the vision. I know all the pieces and I know all the stuff that's happening with it. So when the rod goes cold, you will all get a vision. I can either just do the shorthand description, or I can basically say, you guys get a vision and then I'll send it to you later. Or I could do the full sort of explanation of it. It's kind of up to you guys what you want to do. I really intended to get it done, but I kind of got sucked down a rabbit hole by doing stuff with the other group. And I went kind of crazy and did way more stuff than they're ever really going to encounter in that group, and did not have enough time to finish the vision.
No worries.
So I think we had to rebuild the combat right before session today.
Right. Okay. So timeline wise, just because we kind of have jumped around a little bit. So everything that we just did with talking with Selman and the, what's his name? Argol, that's before the Beholder fight?
That's after.
That's after. Okay.
So the timeline is the Battle of Hardhome happens. After the Battle of Hardhome, you get taken in to talk to the king, and all that sort of stuff happens. Then you go back you take the ship into the dock. That afternoon, you hire Selman. Selman starts the work to repair the ship. That evening, you get the coaches that take you to Chalna's house. You hire the crew. You go to the festival with Chalna, and then you come back. And that late that evening is when you do some of the investigation into the containment where the Beholder is, and then basically decide, okay, we're going to open it up in the morning. And sleep, take an extended rest. In the morning, first thing, you go in, you fight the beholder, you come out of fighting the beholder, and then all the stuff that we've done has happened.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
And then again, from the timeline of things, tomorrow night is when the ship is going to be ready to move again. So you have like today afternoon and tomorrow all day to do whatever other stuff you want to do.
Okay. In this world, is like a beholder a known thing, or this is like the first time anybody's ever seen anything like this?
Not something your characters would be very aware of. It looked like some kind of Leviathan, like it's crazy tentacly monster thing. I would say that it would be something that you've heard of, like stories and stories about, but not something you're super familiar with. It's not like you have no context at all, I guess is the way to say it.
But this isn't like, oh yeah, most woods have like a beholder or two.
Oh, no.
Okay.
They are rare, but not unknown, I guess is the way to say that.
Okay. And like, from what's known about them, is it like known that they do this crazy conjuring of anything you could think of thing like that? That's not like standard D&D beholder stuff, is it?
Those are two different questions. So
yes, they are.
The first question is, do people in world have this perception? No. The people that know them specifically, they might be able to find someone who's an expert that has more firsthand knowledge of these things. They might be able to answer that question for you, but the stories are common that there are things that shoot lasers and eat people. That's the stuff that people remember and tell stories about. Mm-hmm. The other part of the thing is that a typical D&D thing? I don't know if you want me to answer that.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm wondering, like, is this a special beholder because it is part of the adversary, or is this just what beholders are in this world? Yeah. Okay.
You need to find someone with knowledge about beholders in order to compare the one you had to, quote unquote, a normal one. Right. It's such a rare creature that'd be kind of difficult to do. Although, you're in a major city, there might be people here that would have some sort of knowledge if that's something you would want to do in your downtime.
Gotcha. Okay. And then are we going to resolve the summer night thing in some way?
That is true. I did want to kind of get into that. So this is a bigger question for the group, right? And I think Drock will have to be here for some part of the discussion. I don't know if he's actually around, but yeah. So narratively, I think the best plan is going to be for Blake, since he's leaving the campaign, for Syl to somehow conveyed to Three Trees in order to sort of be a house guard, to work for Lord Stonetree, probably not directly under them, but to be a bodyguard for the infant Summer Queen. I think that makes the most sense, and he kind of said something similar, although if he decides to change it, I don't want to kind of set anything in stone until he gets back to me, if he can. But I think that's going to be the basic plan. Now, the question then becomes, if he's going to leave the group and kind of no longer be here, does the group want to have that summer night connection, that sort of story arc as part of the group? Because, it's sort of Syl's thing. But it was something that the group had a lot of interaction with. So if someone else wants to then take up the mantle to also be a summer night that stays with you all as Syl stays there, that is something you can do. You guys can also choose to say that, hey, that's not something we really want to keep going with.
Hey, I've been only half listening to part of this, but just came for this a little bit. If the group's interested in that, I was always willing to take the summer night role anyway. So if the group still wants that and no one else wants that job, I will gladly take that.
Cool.
All right. Well, it sounds like that's the answer, is that Drock will be the new summer night.
Yeah, if people are still interested in that storyline, right? If not, I'm totally fine not doing it, but otherwise I think it's fine. Yeah.
I think that
Right.
might play a major role in fighting against the adversary. So I think it might be wise.
I think that connection's important. Yeah.
Okay. Then sure, I'll gladly take that if no one else wants it.
All right. So Drak is going to be Summer Night, and I will get you the handout and stuff for the Summer Night. I probably can just do that right now.
No rush. I won't be able to read or do anything with it till later.
Yeah, but I will forget if I don't do it now.
Fair enough. And I will forget to remind you.
Yeah, so you now have access to the handout. It is in the place where all the sort of meta handouts are, the handouts in the campaign. So you now have access to the Summer Night sort of information and the abilities. It doesn't really tell us exactly what we want to do during this downtime, though. Yeah. And then I guess the other question is, we can also have sort of side conversations and do other things with the downtime. It just sounds like we at least have some people that want to go and talk with Thuana and possibly the captain of the Golden Lion. But then the question is going to become, what is the first thing you guys are going to do? You guys are, the ship's repaired, full power. What are we doing? Where are we going? What's the group's plan?
I think it might be worthwhile going and meeting up again with Lord Sovar in the Reach. He might have the ability to give us some connections of getting into Endeavor, or at least understanding what Endeavor is doing and trying to attack Haven.
Okay.
It might also depend on the vision that we get, though.
I will say that it is unlikely the vision is going to change your immediate plans.
Okay.
You said that before, I feel like.
So let me give you the back cover version of the vision. So the vision that you're going to get is you are in the body of a creature that is obviously aquatic. It's in a little bubble of air that seems to be like magically holding back the water, and he is sacrificing people on an altar, trying to get the altar to awaken and do something.
Underwater?
Yes.
Like,
Sorry,
is it more of,
sacrificing humans?
No, not humans. Looks
like,
like
one
fish.
of the frog guys from the bog or whatever.
Does not appear to be. You're not exactly certain because he doesn't really think about what he is very much. I don't think. Pretty sure. But the main thing is that your characters are not really going to have a lot of context on where any of this is taking place.
Gotcha.
Obviously, of course, you guys will get the vision and then figure out something to do to prove me wrong. But let's start here, and then we can tinker with it later.
Okay.
So sounds like finding Lord Sovar is definitely on the list. Is the group going to want to kind of call for or send like in the normal way of like getting a messenger to Thuana to meet with the captain of the other ship of the Golden Lion?
Yes. Executive decision. Yes.
Okay. So you could send, and basically the answer you're going to get back is that Thuana will come and the captain will agree to come and meet with you aboard your ship, and does want to give some form of thanks for your actions in the battle. Regardless of whether you helped the Golden Lion specifically, you helped everybody, and the Golden Lion was nearby, so the danger was significantly less with you all fighting on their side.
What I recall of the vision, the Golden Lion said, "We're getting the fuck out of here. They can die fighting these things."
Not exactly what they said. They basically said in their vision, it was we're going to position ourselves in such a way that we can help, but we're not going to hold the door. Like, we're not going to put ourselves between the Leviathans and the civilians. If the defenders here, the people that are part of the city, want to do that, that's fine, and we'll support them. But we're not going to put our backs to the populace and put our spears outward and die trying to save things. Like, that's not what we're doing.
Yep. Do we think it's worthwhile to have a chat with physics?
Yeah, I think so.
Would this be a after the ship is recovered, fly down there thing, or is this a sending type thing?
So who's Physic again?
Oh, you might not have been here for that, Drac. I quizzed the ritualist that is repairing our ship.
Oh,
And
okay.
she
I'll watch
sort-
on the recording then, yeah.
All right.
Thanks, though.
So yeah.
Well, we can kind of leave them hanging, right? We had talked about checking out the flotilla again.
You kind of left the flotilla hanging, and then you now know from sort of indirect information that someone sent to them and was like, hey, some real crazy shit went down, and this ship showed up out of nowhere with all these crazy powers and saved us. And they're like, hey, that was the ship that we saw. So it's pretty reasonable to assume that the 2 and 2 has been put together. So the fact that you've disappeared is likely known that you went to Hardhome and are now the ship is not being repaired.
Yeah.
How far was the flotilla from Hardhome normal travel time?
I want to say like half a day.
Okay, so it's not like we disappeared and we like appeared in a crazy fast amount of time, but I mean, they did see us teleport in, but this whole story just must sound ridiculous to people.
Yeah, so it's in here-ish. It's where I'll try to move the camera. So here-ish is where the flotilla was. So it's a decent distance from Hardhome, but it's not like, an insane distance. It's a decent enough distance that like the flotilla is not going to be able to come back directly quickly, even if it wanted to. So, in the interest of trying to get towards something getting done, we've got a couple of different things that we want to have done, a lot of different downtime type activities, but nothing that kind of jumps out. I want to do one thing kind of at the end of session here, kind of going into next, and either do some sort of resolution with, if you guys are going to continue talking to Marie or doing that, although again, that kind of has the problem of if you do go and report to the Baron, you are going to have to leave either somebody behind or leave the ship without anybody on it or without any of your normal PCs on it. And then the other option being talking to kind of having the dinner with Thuana and Amri, who's the captain of the Golden Lion. You have a couple of different people you could leave on the ship, all right, because you've got Syl's character could be left here, and you also have Vertak for what that's worth. And you ostensibly have a crew that you're hiring, but probably leaving the new crew on the ship by themselves is probably not the best plan.
Could I stay on the ship, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only problem with doing the spend to report to Baron right now is because of where you are. Unlikely that the whole group will be able to come along, and splitting the party can have its own awkward narrative stuff. So yeah, just trying to get you guys to make decisions so we can try to move forward a little bit more in the session.
I'll stay and let's like do like a time jump, and you and I can discuss. Let's assume that I was talking with Argol like while they're gone.
Yeah, what I want to do is do some simple dinner type stuff of side things and talking to individuals and trying to do stuff throughout the week if we can. So let's assume you guys have a day or so of downtime to kind of do whatever stuff. And then let's go to the evening of the next day, unless anyone is against that, for entertaining Amri. So basically right around the time that the ship's going to be repaired, you'd be entertaining Captain Niusi, or Amri Niusi is the name of the captain. Type it out. And her and the first mage will come to the ship to be entertained. Might not be the perfect word, but is kind of what they're doing.
I will make sure that they are designated guests.
Let's also make sure that we don't tell them we don't have a crew and that I am undead.
Yes.
The fact that you are undead for people that are very specifically have some sort of relationship with undead, people are going to notice. Like, that's going to be very difficult outside of like rituals to prevent people from noticing.
Also, that's probably why they want to come to our ship and are not allowing you on their ship.
Aura 2, stank.
So was Thawana aware that I'm undead?
Probably.
Okay.
She didn't say anything about it.
She said that it wasn't a thing. She's like not actively like hating undead or anything. She's just.
Yeah, I thought that she just said something along the lines of perhaps we have an undead crew, but she wasn't sure.
Yeah, it wasn't like a value judgment, right? It was like
Right.
It was something else, but I don't remember exactly what the implication was. But it wasn't like a undead bad. It was just like
I think
She
it's
didn't
like,
say that. Good.
well, I thought it was just like they scanned our ship in some way and didn't see signs of life, so they just thought maybe we have
yeah.
undead.
But the Golden Lion is like a ship that doesn't allow undead on its crew. It doesn't have undead on its crew, and it's something that's like
They took pride in.
yeah, it's something that they took pride in. But
No undead on board. Not just none on the crew, just no undead would be allowed on board the ship.
yeah. It may have something to do with like where they've come from, or that they're not keen on the vampires specifically, or it could have been any number of things. But it wasn't. Thawana made it clear that it wasn't a value judgment. It wasn't like, yeah. At least not for her anyway. I don't know about the captain. But yeah, I already spilled the beans about the fact that we don't have a crew to Thawana. So she knows.
Well, and you guys have hired a crew now, so
Yeah.
others know as well. So the evening of the second day, so this is going to be this is on the evening of 5/7. So the evening that the repairs are done, you guys are able to host the first mage and her captain, who I really thought I had a picture for, and it's kind of annoying me that I don't see it. This is what I've been half-assedly doing for like 10 minutes, because I thought I had this as one of on the splash screens, but I apparently do not have a picture. I have a picture for Thawana, but I do not have one for the captain. I guess I set up the splash screens for the meeting, and I didn't change it afterwards. So I have the picture for Thawana. That's not what I wanted to do. The picture for Thawana, and her captain is wearing very clearly powerful magical armor, and she's in like pretty heavy armor. So she's in effectively scale armor, and she has a shield on her back. She does have some sort of casting implement. You guys would see her and see she's sort of dressed like an adventurer, right? Like she has a lot of personal power on her, magic items and things like that. And when she comes on board, she does ask to be welcomed on board and kind of waits for the designation as crew, in a way that it's not unusual that she's doing it like for you guys specifically, but it's like something that is used to the idea of, oh, I'm going into a ship with a more powerful beacon. I have to kind of do a handshake here. Like there's a little bit of a procedure for me coming on board that you typically have to tell everyone else about, whereas the captain, you do not have to tell her about this. Like she seems to be appraised of the idea that Captain Amri will not be, or Captain Niusi will not be allowed aboard until you guys give her permissions with the beacon. So she comes in. Do you guys want to take her into the captain's quarters, and kind of have there in the captain's area, or did you take her into the mess for the sort of meal?
I like food, so mess meal.
Both places have one of the tables to give food, but one of them is more of the general area, and the other one is like the captain's private quarters that the captain and just the officers would dine there.
Well, that seems more formal than that.
Okay.
Especially because then we can use the command table and the command chair.
You could if you wanted to, although you're pretty certain that she is kind of knowledgeable enough to know that it might have some sort of effect on her. So they come in. You can tell that Captain Niusi is pretty quiet. She does introduce herself and takes your introductions and thanks you for the invite, but mostly lets Thuana do the talking. I again kind of want to do a little bit of fast forwarding of this because I want to get more into kind of what happens next and getting to good story beats. So Thuana is going to thank you for the invite. She's going to apologize that it took so long to kind of get all the things in a row for her and the captain to come your way, and then be taken into the officer's mess. And not really much of interesting happens other than just some basic small talk about who you guys are and what's going on. And it's pretty clear that the Captain Niusi has been briefed on who you guys are and kind of what you're all about. And then as the kind of meal gets going, the captain will say, "So you brought me here to do all kinds of things, I imagine. There's much work to be done in the channel once things open back up. Are you looking for something to do there, or was your stunt here for something else?"
I'll say to one telepathically, take it away.
So this was a shared vision that we all had of the Golden Lion, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
And from whose perspective was it?
It was from the ship's scion, who is not here.
Oh, okay. Could we have invited them?
You could have invited them. They would have politely refused.
And if we told them there wasn't a way to politely refuse?
Then they would have impolitely refused.
Okay.
Basically, what would have been said is if you told them, Thuana would let you know that the captain doesn't feel comfortable with most people being off the ship right now. And if you kind of were insistent, she would basically say that, she'd probably give you the name. So Buckler is the name of the man, their ship scion, and say Buckler's dealing with some things, and she does not want him exposed to more people right now.
Hmm.
So if this is the way you guys want to do it, if you're going to invite them kind of onto here, you know that if you guys go to them, you'd have to go without your captain, which would be really awkward because they won't allow Morin on board the ship. And if you invite them, it's going to be the captain and Thuana. They could, hypothetically speaking, if you guys really wanted someone else to come along, Gimlaith could come, their first officer, or their first mate, but probably no, though they'll say basically nobody else will come.
Yeah. Okay.
And so she asks, "Hey, are you guys looking for work in the channel, something else? What was the purpose of your stunt here at Hardhome?"
Do we want to literally just bluntly say we came to intervene to make sure the Golden Lion was safe? Like something along those lines. The problem is we don't know why we did this, but honestly, telling them the truth might be interesting.
It's up to you guys. I mean,
Yeah,
I feel like people are not being super talkative today, so I'm going to prod you a little bit more than normal. But One and Morin, you guys.
Sorry.
I think I'm in favor of telling them, being honest.
So what do you say?
Okay.
He's saying is our captain quote unquote talking, and by that I mean Morin, or is Are you the one talking? Like, what do you guys want to do? How do you guys want to approach this?
All right, I will look to Morin to see if he wants to jump in as the quote unquote captain.
In truth, Captain, we do not know why we were brought here. We had a vision, a shared vision amongst the five of us, from the viewpoint of your scion of the Battle of Hardhole several days ago. And so we arrived, seeking to avert the catastrophe that we observed.
You're saying you had a divination on my ship. I'm not saying you're liars, but ship's been warded quite well. Been warded with much payment to make sure it's functional and outside of prying eyes.
And yet, I'll interrupt. And yet, when we appeared over the harbor, seeing through Buckler's eyes, you were unable to identify our ship and thus resorted to your smoke signals.
True it is. Again, I'm not be saying you're lying, but sorry, it's hard for me to remember her voice very well and get into her character. But still, a thing hard to see. You don't know why you're here, then who sent you? You're just following blind visions and orders? Seems like things that wouldn't get you surrounded by all this money, unless you're being sent instructions by things that are quite wealthy. You can see as she's talking, she's gesturing around, and when I'm making that clicking sound, the blades that go through her teeth kind of constantly tap against her teeth or going through her cheek, tap against her teeth when she's talking.
Money is not the objective for us. But we do receive these visions and we do believe they are important. Do you not feel that you know us? We often feel connected to those we see.
I'm feeling it, yes. But I'm thinking that maybe the one tossing around this money is the reason. The others say, she gestures towards Phil, that you appeared on one of the ships, did some crazy things, but I know how to see signatures. And gestures, like kind of glances towards the first mage. And she know how to look things up and make sure that I'm not looking with colored lenses. I recognize a spell signature as powerful as his. I know he looked like you. And I know that means he must have been with you.
Yes.
You can tell she's looking at you guys like she's sort of assuming that you know who she's talking about. But she's not saying it by name, to kind of draw that out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that was an ally, one who would rather not be recognized. And so took the visage of Filibuster. We do not mean to deceive you. We simply do not understand. But we know that you are important to our mission, although we do not know how. We seek to understand.
She nods. She takes a second, and the kind of armor that she's wearing, it almost looks like it's sort of melded into her body. Like there's hooks and barbs and things that stick out from her skin that go into the armor. So it's sort of like interwoven into the blades and stuff that stick off of her skin. And she does unlatch some of the armor on her shoulder and peels back the armor around the top of her chest on the left side. And when she does, you can see there is this really elaborate mark that is, you wouldn't say burned, more looks like etched and buffed into her flesh on her arm and shoulder. And it's pretty extensive. So it's like maybe as big as both of your hands on your arm and shoulder of this. What probably for her is something like a tattoo. And it's got a lot of draconic writing on it, and then markers that even if you don't know draconic, you'd recognize as numbers.
Is she removing her armor to show us that? Or is
Yeah,
that just a
she's
comment?
pretty clearly showing this to you and sort of seeing what your reaction is.
And do we recognize it in any way?
I'm going to be terrible and say that I still have not made a handout that tells me what languages everyone knows, but I don't think anyone has Draconic, right? Has modern Draconic?
No
I
one
don't.
has Draconic.
Nope.
Okay.
I have it as a ritual, but
It's a bunch of writing in Draconic. It's a marking that you guys aren't super familiar with. Might be one person who could recognize part of it. Let me double check. Dice roll. Quick. Yeah, none of you guys really know what that thing is. It looks very elaborate, but not sure what it is.
so I'll sort of walk forward and like stretch out my arm like I'm going to touch her, but I don't actually touch her and say, "This is not known to me."
Then maybe the person you are saying as an ally. She peels the armor back on, and you can see there's like holes in the armor where those blades stick from her body, and she sort of loops it on the holes and clips it back on. Is either hiding from you or there are things you do not really understand. She shrugs that shoulder a little bit.
Oh, yes. We know that this is true.
I served for 36 years as a legionary. I gave a good chunk of my life to your ally. But I've done my time, I've done my work, and now the sea is my place.
Why do you think the Golden Lion may be important?
She laughs a little bit, and her laughter is somewhat grating because when she laughs, the blades in her mouth constantly grate on her teeth. And so it's kind of like someone's doing nails on the chalkboard while she's chuckling. And then she says, Golden Lion is everything to me. And to each of my crew, they're all freed people. People with a past of service. People that don't want to be tied to anything. But to the greater world, she shrugs. We are mercenaries. We protect ships. We escort things. Why we would be important to someone like him, to someone like you? I know not.
I nod and I gesture to Philly. We are also free now. Freedom is important to us.
And so, what is it you're looking to do? What sort of arrangements? What do you want from me? I am not be saying that I don't appreciate what you've done. I know that things were going to be really dire. And I've heard tell from people that were scouts that there's markers of some sort of planar rift. They think some of those came from other places, and there might have been more, but signs show powerful magics be done south. Maybe if you have something of knowledge of that.
We have little knowledge, but yes, we know of planar rifts. What do you know of the adversary?
So she makes like a strange symbol in the air over her heart. And then right after she does that, she closes her eyes and says something in a language you do not know. And then says, I know more than I care to. One does not serve in the legions for long and not know nothing of the adversary.
This must be it then. Tell me more of your legions.
They aren't my legions, but the legionaries serve Lord Aegis, and his service has many sacrifices that get made. My legion was destroyed far from here, in a place that's difficult to describe to you, but things were done, things broken and unlocked. My legion was sent into a grinder with few that make it out alive. I knew then my time in his service was going to be lessened, either because I was going to be a fool thrown into a mill grind and broken into pieces, shattered against the enemies of Aegis, or I would be my own woman someday. I managed to make it here, but that campaign is... I'd not seen days that dark until yesterday.
Do you speak of the infinite rings?
So her eyes open a little bit. Served times on the borders there, dealing with the Minotaur and the Imperium. But no, that wasn't where the worst of it was. There's a graveyard, a field of great things. There are pieces of old Forerunner tech, other strange things, and parasites swarming through areas. Many valuable things out there, but many dangers. These Minotaur-like things like to bring things back to their labyrinth. But even worse than them is the Imperium, and worse than everything are the parasites themselves. You might find yourselves surrounded on all sides by things that squirm into existence. She sort of shudders.
We had a vision of the maze and the minotaurs. Again, I do not know what these visions are, but we know that they are important. What can you tell us of this maze? We fight the adversary.
She says, I didn't serve much time in the maze. Few are allowed in, but served near the edges. It's a strange place. The Minotaur are protective, but it's unstable. The planes there don't make sense. Travel doesn't make sense. The Minotaur, they monopolize and are very secretive about their ways. Need their guides to get anywhere. But we patrolled the areas nearby, kept them safe when they left their little hidey holes. And even dealing with the Imperium was better than going into the rings.
I will look back at the rest of the party questioningly if anyone else wants to step in.
First mage, I mean no offense, but can you tell me plainly what sort of man Mstislav Sovar is today? And should I be wary of him?
So the captain kind of leans back at that and glances, or not glances. She looks over towards the first mage and just sort of waves to her, like, say what you will. And the first mage will say, what kind of man he is. He's a man that wants to be left alone. But I think he's probably a good man underneath all of the craziness with his past. Why are you so interested in him? Was he another one of your visions?
I nod. He was. And I met him several days ago prior to the Battle of Hardholm. Attempting, I think, successfully to save his life.
You met him. Tell me what you can about where he was.
I don't think I will.
So she smiled.
Regardless,
I need to know that he's safe. If we are to talk about him, then I need to know that I'm not going to lead you to him. There's a bounty on his head, and I know you said you're not for it and not in it for the money, as I can see there's stuff here, but more than simple money will be offered to someone who brings back his head, or better yet, to him alive.
I know exactly where he, Lady Poeth, and his son reside. And I mean them no harm.
Could you give me some form of diplomacy or something like that to go with that check?
Sure. Can I get a bonus because I'm at the table?
I'm like 95% sure there is a bonus at the table, so yes. Whatever
There
the
is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just scrolled away from it. Hold on a second. Because I'm probably in the captain's chair too, right?
I mean, would make sense, yeah.
So the table gives me +3, and the chair gives me, just makes it harder for people to deceive me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which doesn't seem like they are. So you try to impress upon them. She kind of nods along. Yeah, well, I've already removed a couple of pieces from the board. People that thought they'd get to him through me. You see her kind of gesture a little bit, and a couple of strange looking kind of cloths appear in her hand. They're bright red, and they have markings on them in abyssal. And then she does the same sort of flourish and they disappear. But what kind of man he is? Someone that gave up everything. You might not understand this. I don't know what your life is like, but he had almost anything he could want. He was the son of a powerful noble, a son of one of the great houses. And when his father passed, he would get everything. And even after challenging his father, even after bringing before the councils that he had just cause to challenge his father in a duel, he still could have gotten everything. The family estates, the money, the wealth, me. But afterwards, after the duel, he took a little bit of something, tiny fraction of what he was worth, what he would be able to take as head of house. And he and his wife, pregnant at the time, vanished, left, disappeared into the reach, into the smoke, leaving everything to his sister. It's unthinkable in some ways, but maybe I understand it. He was a young man back then, and he's older now, maybe a little bit more bitter, I think. But I still think he's a decent man.
How long ago was his exile?
Oh, let's see. 12, 13 years, somewhere in there. So she thinks about it for a minute, and then you she would be able to give you an exact, like, not just how long ago it was. She would give you the date that he was exiled on, which me as the DM, I will look up for you if you really want it. But it's like 14
was
years ago.
Self-imposed exile, though, right?
Yeah, he left.
Okay.
He just
Right.
took
Okay.
some money and vanished.
Okay.
And she, will say again in the story that, like, he had the power once he killed his father that he could have just taken over the whole house and been made legitimate, and he chose to leave it alone. And he also, when he did it, he freed her.
Right. So, given that my vision was from his perspective, do I understand why there's a bounty on him then if he just left and left everything to his sister?
Not really.
Okay. Can you tell me why bounty hunters are looking for him? Who has placed a bounty upon Lord Sovar's head?
The men and women of the council, obviously. He left, but he didn't leave correctly. People don't just give up that kind of power and are able to get away with it. And when he didn't give up everything, when he survived and didn't go through the ordeal of having his blood bond removed from him, he locked away until he dies most of the power of House Sovar with him. His sister controls the basic pieces. Yeah, she's got the house, the money, the land, the slaves, all that sort of stuff. But the blood bond, it won't pass to her until he dies or until it's removed from him. And since he's in exile, it's not getting taken off anytime soon.
What is the blood bond?
Their control over us. We as a people are, well, most of us, bound to the service of families. We're bound to a bloodline to take care of them and wipe their asses and keep their notes and do whatever it is that they require. There are a lot of elves, a lot of people like me bound to House Sovar, and none of them were present when I was freed, when I was removed from my oaths. He didn't release all of the elves of Sovar, just me. And until he comes back, or he's slain and the bond passes truly to his sister as the rightful heir of House Sovar, she can't command them, can't enforce her will. Of course, she can do all kinds of other things, but the bond is deeper, stronger, gives them the ability to read our minds, among other things. And without that, not only will she not be able to unlock the potential of my people that are still bound to her, or to her family at least, but the other lords, the other heads of house, they won't see her as a real council member. She won't be the real head of House Sovar until the bond passes to her.
This blood bond, it would pass to Lord Sovar's heir, no?
Yes, passes to his eldest in blood.
Do you know the city of Haven?
Of course, I'm familiar with it. Somewhere in my mind is kicking around hundreds of years of ledgers and deals and bindings. Yes, I know more of it than I wish to know, and honestly, more than I can remember myself.
And you know that they are now free of Endeavor.
Yeah, they are, at least for the time being. I'll be honest, there's some pieces of that make me want to go look, but I'm needed where I'm needed. The captain treats me well, the crew as well, and we're doing good work, making good money, living our own lives. Haven might not be free for long, but I'm hoping they are, even if it's just to stick it to the bastards in Endeavor.
We were able to avert some of Endeavor's plans. They were hiring a ghoul army from the baronies. But now it seems, in another of our visions, that Endeavor will secure a new army. But we do not know when.
Honestly, I can't tell you much beyond what I already have. I know some of the dealings, some of the people, but that's all before they were free. I don't know what I can do with that information, but I hope they're successful in defending themselves. And hell, if they defend themselves successfully against an army that puts heavy levies on the people of Endeavor, more's the better.
Yes.
So is this freeing or fighting back against Endeavor what you might be wanting our help with? That being the captain talking.
We will not ask for your assistance beyond what you are willing to give. We do not fully understand the scale of the conflict between Endeavor and Haven, and where our conflict, the adversary, will take us. But we always look for trusting allies, for companions, and for individuals to perhaps make sense of the encounters we have been having.
The Reach is a cesspool sometimes, but the money is good in the passage. I'll have my mate write up something for you, explain our expenses and costs, and you'll pass it along to your people. I wouldn't mind some vacation time patrolling down south. Basically, if you want to hire their ship, they'll give you the stuff that you need to do it.
Cool. Captain, before we end this meeting, can you tell us more about Lord Aegis? I seek to understand his motivations.
So you're just like me and everyone else that's ever met him. What do you want to know?
We know that he is not as he seems, though we do not know how. We know that he has powerful allies. We are not sure if we can trust them or him, though it seems he is forthcoming. I would just seek to understand more about his motivations and his allegiances.
His motivations and allegiances are to his own personal projects, to protecting his home, and collecting people and things that he thinks are interesting. I don't understand what he wants in things, but I know he's very old, and some of the things that get old get real weird. He has had some passage with your patrons. Friends sometimes, enemies others. But a lot of stories that I know, a lot of stories that get told in the Legion are about defenses. He preserves things, protects things, only uses the Legionaries to break shit when things get real bad. Even then, tries to hold on to stuff. Good, bad, selfish, don't know. But what I learned 3 decades of service under the Legion is that he protects what is his own And everything else might as well not exist. Leave it out to rot. But what is his own, once you're in that circle, once you're his, there's no leaving it. Even if you want, it sticks with you.
What has he left to rot?
Cities, peoples, places that have fallen to the Imperium or to the parasites. If it's not something that has a piece he wants or is an area he cares about, then fuck it. Doesn't matter what peoples are there, what connections we've made. Doesn't matter that we're forced to stand aside and watch one of them fall. If he doesn't think it's worth it, they get nothing, or they get everything. It's like he flips a coin, decides who lives and who dies.
What can you tell us about the Imperium? We are not familiar.
Zealots, extremists, deep space conquerors, I guess you could say. One of the reasons to be here in the ass end of nowhere is that the Imperium is nowhere nearby. Sure, you'll see one of their prophets in some of the bigger cities occasionally, but nothing beyond that. I'm so tired of dealing with all of their bullshit. It's nice not to talk about them, or to talk to people that don't know what they are, but safe to say they follow a light and burn everything it touches.
Hmm.
During your time in Lord Aegis's service, did you ever meet a woman now known as the Consul, Kamali?
She thinks for quite a while before answering. Not the best with names, and it's been a long time. Doesn't ring a bell, though. Consuls are not normally one of us, usually one of the Genasi. Beyond that, not sure.
One of us you refer to a bladeling, yes?
She nods.
This consul most certainly was.
Then maybe she's one of the early legions, the first or the third. But I don't know them. I was never more than a grunt, more than a one tiny piece in a machine on the edges, constantly spinning and breaking. If all we're here to do is chat about what might be something in the future and bring up all things from my past, I think it's time I head back to my ship. You can tell from her body language and stuff, she was kind of okay with some basic questions, but the more you kind of delve into it, it's sort of a part of her past that either she's not super proud of or just happy to have left behind for one reason or another. So kind of think of, asking a soldier, how was it in the war? That's the sort of feeling you're getting from her.
We thank you for sharing your memories and your knowledge with us. You have given us much to think of. We still do not know why our vision led us to you, but I see some threads. We may contact you in the future.
If you get one of those visions that say there's lots of squirming Cat 4s scrambling out of the water, I'll look for that sending. I'll be ready with bells on.
I give her a smile.
I don't know if she'd be the right person, but she's on the sea a lot more. The high level vision that Gary gave us, I know it wasn't in depth, but is there anything about that we could ask her?
You say the Reach is a strange place, and we have heard strange tales. Perhaps you may be familiar with them. Of an undersea people sacrificing to altars.
Yeah. Familiar with them from the times in the passage. How much do you want to know?
We could just be honest and say we have a vision about it.
It's up to you guys.
We've already told her about the visions and, that we're not always sure why we're following them, but if she knows about them and can guide us, maybe that's why we needed to find her. Guidance onto the next area.
Okay.
So what do you want to say?
Another one of our... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Damn it. Oh well.
Divinations?
No. Whatever.
Precognitions.
Another one of our visions, leading us somewhere we don't know, for reasons we don't understand. Are they a people? Do they have established towns or cities?
The Kotoa, yeah. They have an empire bigger than I think most of what exists on the land of this world, at least. They've enslaved most of the peoples down below and have some sort of bargain or agreement with the levies. They can swarm around them and not get destroyed, but I think they sacrifice or feed some of their slaves, or maybe some of their own, to the levies for the privilege. They're a cancer on the passage. You think defending against the levies is bad, and then a swarm of those little bastards come crawling over the ships, ignoring the presence of the beacon. They're disgusting but dangerous. They don't often come out on their own, sending the slaves in to do most of the work, but even them are bad enough. We make offerings sometimes, usually with coin or magic, for ignoring our presence in the passage. But sometimes you gotta bloody a nose to make sure they understand that the payment is for convenience, not because it's something we have to do to pass. So
Would
I will
she
say,
be able to mark on a map where we could possibly meet some of these guys?
so she would have no problem with it, but she would mark basically, she would give you a lot more information that I want to give as her character, right? That I want to speak as her.
Mhm.
But if you want to ask her questions about the Kotoa, she'll say, all right, this is vaguely where they are. Their cities typically aren't permanent settlements, but they're kind of all around this region. They travel in big packs with slave armies that go with them. She would basically say that they're mostly not in the northern areas where you guys are, but there's swarms of them, entire, countries worth of them in the passage to the east. So This is something that, again, she would talk pretty in depth about. She just doesn't have any problem sharing information about the Kotoa. Very obviously hates them. Like they are not just a nuisance. And as she talks about the Kotoa and the Leviathans, you can sort of see that there's almost a break that she makes between the Leviathans and the Kotoa, where the Leviathans just seem to be dumb beasts, like brutes most of the time, that are just trying to feed on stuff. That she doesn't have a lot of malice towards the Leviathans, even though they're dangerous and even though there's something you have to deal with. She considers them more like a hazard of doing business. Whereas the Kotoa and their slaves and all the stuff that they do is like they're actively attacking. These guys are raiders. Like they don't have to be coming in and doing things. That they're purposefully choosing to come and fuck with us. And that elevates them to be a bigger problem in her mind. Or a more, I guess, more offensive problem in her mind, I should say. So, yeah, she'll share what she knows about the Kotoa. Once you guys have the vision, like have the vision in front of you to be able to see, if you want to share specific details from that, she can try to help you along. Although I will say that me as the DM, knowing kind of what she knows and what's in the vision, I don't think there's anything in the vision that she would be able to especially give like details on, other than
not gonna be able to pinpoint location or anything.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough for her to locate it. It would be enough for her to give some general ideas of what type of place that they're in, where this altar might be, but not like, oh, I think it's here on the map. This is like a ruin or something that I know.
Yeah.
What about? Can we ask them about like the hunter killer weird hands thing? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the
From
I
her
child
know what you're talking about.
hands.
I just
Yeah.
don't think that she'll know what the hands are.
or
Yeah.
and pressing her on that part of her past seems like it's pushing her away, and we might want her as an ally in the future. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe not squeezing the last drop of information out of. Maybe she'll tell us in time if she knows anything.
Since we are kind of getting to the end of session, is there anything you guys feel is sort of key information you want to get from her before we kind of try to wrap up?
Captain, on the off chance that it provides us some insight into why we saw through Buckler's eyes, what were you escorting to Hardholm?
Last ship was last season, but we escorted a merchant convoy over to, and the DM's going to forget the name of the city, but she wouldn't. Newport. I should have known it's Newport. So she says, it is kind of slightly painful to keep talking like her, so I'm going to stop doing her voice for a minute. So she'd say that the last was a merchant convoy that they escorted, rather than to Hardholm, they took it to Newport, and then they went from Newport to Hardholm to wait out the winter, and then was going to head back across with the first merchant convoy of the spring. But since it's been so cold for so long, that's kind of just starting to be a thing that could be done.
And as an aside, if it would make it more comfortable to talk to her, you don't have to put the blades through your mouth.
Yeah. So she'll say that, this is where the last thing was a merchant convoy that she took to Newport. And then headed from Newport up to Hardholm to winter there.
Is Newport on this map? Oh, there it is.
It's slightly hidden because of the bull drawing, but yeah, she's with there. So if you guys have other things that you decide you want to talk to her about, either because of the vision or because of something else, again, as long as it's not specifically about, hey, tell me more about your time as a soldier, you're going to be able to easily get it from her. You can tell that she is sort of thankful, and maybe even to the point of like, all right, well, if you guys are considering hiring the ship, we might have a future business arrangement. So this might be beneficial, not just on the, hey, we've got a friend, but this might be a potential job down the line, because you guys still have this appearance, this very strong appearance of a ton of wealth. So the assumption is that if she can get the contract, that you guys will be able to pay up for her to go and do a job down south. So have that, and then the ship powers on, the ritual completes, and everything is put back together. The ship will be brought to full hit points, full health. The warding of the ship will have had half a day to recharge, so you'll be at full strength shields with full hit points. And I think the ship is going to end at like 27. No, way more than that. Ship is going to end. Right, because the you'll only get basically one tick of the 20% before things go. So if you guys do leave the right after everything gets repaired, the ship will be at 42% energy, and then at the end of that day, when you guys take the next extended rest from there, the ship will go up to 62%.
Ooh.
I don't know if we've ever had that much power.
Just
Yeah.
swimming in ship power.
We definitely didn't when we first got the ship. Like when you guys brought me back on board, we were like about to run out of power.
Yeah, the ship, once it's prepared once it's repaired and recharging at full strength and all that sort of stuff, it's going to be sort of more able to do stuff than any other time since you've gotten the ship. So the question is it, because I know we are running very slightly over, I do want to get to sort of what the next point on the map is, where we can kind of get the story beat to start next session. You guys have the ability to take the ship someplace. Are you flying to go talk to Lord Sovar? Is that the first thing on the agenda? Is there something else on the agenda? What's the plan?
I mean, it's the closest thing to us that we want to do, right?
With the exception of
Sovar?
maybe the flotilla.
Right.
Right, yeah, we were going to go back to them first and then tell them that we're all good.
You
Hey,
can't have to do ascending to them as well. Like, if it is just we're all good.
I want the
Yeah.
We wanted to
book of
the-
dirty poetry that you share with your wife.
You do have that book. She would have brought it back the next day.
But the difference between the two is just that his has more translations because he spent more time with it.
And he's
I
the one who did the
mean-
translations.
Relationship goals, though, right?
But yeah, so that's the thing. Like, if you guys wanted to go talk to Physic and talk to him in person, you guys could start off by either flying or porting to the flotilla.
Yeah. That would be my first port of call. Would be like checking in with the flotilla, making sure they're all good.
I'm good with that. I'm also good with checking out Sovar and the Stormhorn.
So one
Definitely
thing
want to
we
go to
want
the
to make clear,
storms.
just so we're clear on how things work with the ship. If you're traveling a short distance, so intra, same plane travel, that's 2% of ship's power. So you would need to teleport 10 times in the same day to not be recovering energy.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's worth it to teleport over flying in this case if we want to do this quickly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I would be teleporting back to the flotilla and talking to I forget his name, sorry. Represent. Physic.
Yeah.
And then
Alright.
teleporting to Sovar, and then teleporting to the Stormhorns. That would be my. Oh, and 3 trees on the way to drop Syl off.
Gotcha. Oh,
Couldn't we
Yeah.
just send Syl via rings? Spin?
they don't have a thing in
Yeah, they
Three
don't
Trees.
have a spin disc.
Fair point.
But you could definitely do those things. Like that would still be 1, 2, 3. That'd be 4 teleports. You're still only taking away enough that you've got 6 more left in you today before you start running out of energy. So let's go ahead and assume that that's going to be the thing for next time. Is you guys will teleport to the ship, to the flotilla, to go talk with Physic. And we'll sort of start with the conversation with Physic first, and then we'll go from there to Sovar, just see what's going on with him, or what you guys want to do with what's happening with Sovar, and then after that we'll go to Three Trees and Stormhorns. And so that's all the stuff I'll prep that we are planning to do for next time.
Sounds good.
I do want to say for me that because of the more freedom that you guys are about to have, I am going to be pushing you guys a little bit further to, not that you shouldn't like dig into things, but because it'll be fairly easy to be like, hey, what's going on over here? We'll just port over there and ask questions. You can definitely do that. That is something that, especially when the ship's kind of at full, not at full strength, but like is operating under its full potential, gives you the ability to do. In the interest of making sure that the narrative kind of keeps going along and there's a good flow to things, I am going to be looking for more, a little bit more foreknowledge than I've asked for in the past. Of like, hey, I kind of need to know where you're going, because especially now that the world is opening up a bunch for you guys, in order for me to be able to prep appropriately, I gotta have a little bit of warning to know where you're going for me to be able to present things in a way that'll be fun for me. So just keep that in mind for the future, and I'll remind you guys kind of next session as we're doing some porting around that, like, hey, you guys can definitely keep doing this. This makes a ton of sense, but you're gonna have to make a little bit stronger plans going forward on where you're going for me to be able to prep appropriately.
Understandable.
Sounds good.
I just want to say I've been ruminating. I know everyone has to go. I've been ruminating on this Al Shaib thing almost this entire time. I'm like, what is in our original
honestly,
pack?
I have as well. That's why I've been so quiet, because I'm like, what the fuck is he doing?
In our original pact, this is a tricky motherfucker. In our original pact, I was like, you can't harm us no matter what. Fuck you. And he goes, can we throw in a thing about you being in my presence? Because you being in my presence could potentially hurt you. And at the time I was like level 2 or 3, and I was like, oh, that sounds smart. And now I'm like, if he breaks out, he could just stand near me and fucking kill me without ever attacking me. So that's where I am right now.
Oh. That was so. The captain can speak Draconic, I'm guessing. I want to ask her what Aegis said under his breath.
What his thing is before he left?
Yeah, it was started with an F, but I don't remember exactly what the word was.
Aegis was calling us an idiot.
Hang on, let me look it up. I have written down. It's here.
Because you put it in chat.
Yeah, but I think I have it on my notes for ages. Let's see. Hard home.
Brent.
Yeah, so he says "fahren" is what he says. And she'll let you know that that's not modern Draconic speech. That's his speech. So she makes she knows modern Draconic, and what Aegis speaks isn't that. Or what he speaks to himself, or sometimes like whatever his like native language is not modern Draconic. And she says it means mortals.
Mm.
Oh. It was an
So
insult,
he was
man.
basically like, "You die, idiots."
It was more along the lines of like, hey, there is this thing on your ship. And I'm letting you know, just, be aware of it. And you guys are like, yeah, no, we're totally aware. We've already done all kinds of stuff with that. And he's like, mortals, and then teleports away.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically calling us young and dumb.
Hmm. Not wrong.
Where's
So yeah,
the lie, Drock?
Where's the what?
Where's the lie?
Oh no, totally all truthful.
So we're kind of wrapping up sessions and doing stuff here, but I hope that this kind of section has not been too boring for everybody. I'm glad we got a good combat into things at the beginning, but I'm feeling right now kind of nervous at the pacing of the campaign. So I did kind of want to ask you guys, like, do you feel like we need to have things pick up a little bit more? What's everyone feeling about the campaign right now? Because I feel like it's dragging a little bit right now.
I think I need you to tell me where to go.
My gut feeling on this is it's kind of nice to have a little bit more of a slower pace because like I don't know, I feel like every time I think about like, oh, what did we do last session? It's like 4 or 5 things that are like that we've been doing aside from the stretches of combat where it's like we're mostly just doing one thing, which is fighting. But like we're interacting with what feels to be like many different kind of threads of story. And it's been hard to piece them all together. And to be like, for me, it's not like the campaign's lagging. It's like you're giving us time to process all of that and figure out like which ones we think are going to be the most interesting or the most impactful to follow.
Good take.
Like it feels like we've been moving a little bit of a breakneck speed because we've just been really reactive to what's been happening. And now we actually have time to cool down and think about, like, between sessions, we've got time to think about, okay, like now there's nothing immediately pressing on our time and attention. What do we remember and like what do we want to pursue?
Yeah, I guess I would say like I definitely don't feel like it's dragging. I feel like I'm always interested, but I feel like if there are specific things that you think that we should do, I don't know that we're going to pick up on your subtle hints.
Oh no, that's not it. It's more along the lines of I do know that basically what I call spinning wheels. Like I think that's a valuable thing in a campaign. I think it's valuable for the DM when they're trying to pace things to let the players sort of not really have a lot of direction and they've got a lot of pieces and they're just trying to sort of flail around a little bit to figure out what's going on. Not to say that's like a negative thing of like, it makes the world feel less like a story and more like a world to kind of not feel like when you say kind of going off the rails, right? Like to feel like you're spinning your wheels looking for the road and there's nothing there. And so you have to kind of figure out where you're going and or like what you're trying to do. So I think that that's valuable, but I tend to do it in smaller chunks. And I know that some players can kind of not like it when it's longer sections. Which I think if we played out and role played through all of the different things that we could have done in Hardhome, I think that would have been too much. I think that would have been too long of a lull. In my experience with a lot of tables that people would be kind of not enjoying it. I do think that here coming up, probably next session, we're going to have a sort of reintroduction to the idea of timing mattering, like that there is stuff that's happening that you probably do want to interact with. And I will go ahead and tell you guys ahead of time that when you guys go back to the Reach, you're going to notice that it's been a few days. Like when you're back in the Reach proper. And the damage that is being done to the Reach is going to be something that's much more pronounced when you guys return.
I think that's sort of the other thing is like, I, as a person, am really stressed because it's like, there's so many things I feel like we have to touch on, and I know that you won't let us, if you know what I mean. Like, if we do one thing, there's not enough time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally.
It's a very stressful. I think that's the main thing I'm struggling with is like there's
Wanna do
so
all
many
the
things,
things.
so many interesting things to pick from, but I'm afraid of the consequences for picking the things that I don't.
Gotcha.
I feel like if we like the things that we don't pick, that we know that they're going to get worse, right? Because we're not doing anything about them.
Mhm.
And there's like, I know very well that there's a potentiality for them to get like significantly worse, as in like world altering or like, you know.
Mhm.
And I'm always just like, oh, which one of these, like, what's the worst case scenario of each of these things, and which one's gonna fuck us up the worst?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm excited. I'm excited that I think, at least on some part, that while I don't think a lot of pieces are going to come together for you guys, like, because you've had a couple of sessions where it's like, oh, we're going to get a bunch more information, where you get lots of things to kind of play with and kind of spin your wheels with. I think hopefully next session will get you at least a thing that you want to be like, all right, well, let's do this. And then maybe there's other things that we can interact with, but this is going to be one of the sort of immediate draws. So for me, at least, it alleviates some of my worries about the pacing of things, and hearing from you guys being that the pacing is not a problem right now makes me feel a lot better about it. And I know that there's also some element, again, this is not bad mouthing the other group that I ran for last night, but their primary complaint about the game was the pacing, and a good chunk of it was because I gave them the ability to spin their wheels for a little while, and I know at least a couple of the players didn't like it. So I might be just a little hypersensitive to it right now. So there's also that possibility.
Yeah.
But
I think with like, we're going on like 2 years with you at this point, Gary.
Yeah.
I like it.
But
It works for me.
Someone quit today, okay? I'm sensitive. We're down to 5. Granted,
I know.
that's the party size that I like. So, like, the fact that we're down to 5 doesn't make me automatically unhappy. But I always feel like, it's some small part of personal failing when someone quits the game.
Gary, if you kill 16 and what's her name, I'll quit.
16 and Sweetie.
Is Blake okay, by the way? Like,
Yes.
is everything
He
all
is.
good? Or? Okay.
Yeah, I think he just, I don't know. He like gets in his own head a little bit. I think like being in a campaign with people he doesn't know maybe like makes him a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Just as long as he's all right. That was my, like, he's not
He is.
dropping out because he's like having big sads or anything.
No, he's okay.
Well,
Not that
cool.
there's anything I could really do, but
Yeah. No, I'm sure he would appreciate knowing that you care.
But yeah, I think
I was gonna say, guys, today was a lot of fun. Thank you for being so flexible with me coming and going, and thanks for letting Addie play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to play. I think that was probably my highlight of the session. I feel like that went super well.
Diabolical laughter.
Yeah. Totally.
she did so good too.
Yeah.
Well,
She
it was a lot of
played
fun. She
really
had fun.
well.
She's being really quiet right now, but she had a lot of fun. So thank you guys so much.
That's
Awesome.
good.
All right, well, I'm gonna kill the recording and take off, guys. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary. This was great.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.